News GH. This is ABC Headlines. Headlines. I am Abna Mante. Coming up in the headlines, organized labor and other civil society organizations in the fight against Galamsey will be meeting today to decide whether to embark on strike or demonstrate for government's failure to meet their demands. The stalled Saglemi housing project is on the brink of revival as the government finalizes negotiations with a private developer for its redevelopment. Still to come in the headlines, the Electoral Commission of Ghana has announced plans to broadcast the upcoming Inter-Party Advisory Committee meeting live today, Tuesday, October 1. We have these and many more coming up. Do stay tuned. Of today's bulletin. Now into the stories. Organized labor and other civil society organizations in the fight against Galamsey are meeting this morning to decide on its planned nationwide protest against the government for its silence on the fight against illegal mining, commonly referred to as Galamsey. Several associations and unions had given their indication to protest at the end of September if the president failed to declare a state of emergency against the continuous destruction of rivers and forest reserves by illegal miners. Galamsey, the national president of the University Teachers Association of Ghana, Professor Mahmoud A. Akudugu, has revealed that a strike by organized labor is imminent, indicating that lectures at various public tertiary institutions will remain suspended. Students are currently dismayed as they grapple with the uncertainty of whether they should return to campus, with lectures that were scheduled to begin this week now on hold. In the interview with ABC in the morning on Monday, Professor Akudugu stressed that a strike is imminent. The looming strike comes as the organized labor issues a stern warning to the government, threatening a nationwide strike if decisive decision is not taken to address the escalating Galamsey crisis.
Strike, I say, is imminent. In fact, the ad hoc committee that we met, we only added a few more, I think 2 more items to our earlier demands. And the new demands we added included the need for all political parties to sign a pact indicating that they will ban all forms of mining in the designated areas. And so it wasn't a negotiation meeting with government. They were there to tell us what they've been doing so far and all that. They were supposed to get back to us on I think last week, Tuesday. They never did till date, to the best of my knowledge. And so we believe that our demands still stand, and if no action is taken, we'll proceed to the next steps. And the fact that we are not able to get potable clean water, the fact that our Ghana Water Company is telling us that if care is not taken for the next 3 or so years, we will be importing water to Ghana. Is it not the fundamental right of us to have water?
Away from Galamsey, the Electoral Commission of Ghana has announced plans to broadcast the upcoming Inter-Party Advisory Committee meeting live on Tuesday, October 1. This unprecedented decision is part of the EC's efforts to promote transparency and accountability in its engagement with political parties ahead of the December general elections. According to the information gathered from the EC, the live telecast is aimed at providing Ghanaians with first-hand insight into the discussions and decision-making processes within the Ipac meetings. The Commission stressed that this move was made independently and not in response to any external demands, particularly those from the National Democratic Congress. In an earlier statement from the Commission, stakeholders with concerns with the voters register were urged to bring along their evidence for deliberation. Meanwhile, the Deputy Director of Elections and IT of the opposition NDC, Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer, in an interview with ABC News GH, noted that they will attend the Ipac meeting as scheduled, however, will not submit any findings as requested. On the same subject, we engaged the president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference, Most Reverend Matthew Kwesi Jemfi, and this is what he had to say.
The responsibility to do that and to do that transparently. Now, if any of the political parties have concern, then they raise the matter with the Electoral Commission. The point is, we the bishops and the religious bodies, we are not the Electoral Commission. We are not the political parties. So what each political party says, we are unable to verify on our own, except what the Electoral Commission says. And the fact that a political party or any individual says something does not necessarily mean that it is true for us to support or not to support if we do not have the right basis. And that is why we request the Electoral Commission to therefore address every issue that anybody raises, be the party in power or the party that is in opposition. They should address it transparently. If they raise any issue, what is the harm in bringing out all the data, all the information for all of us to see? On the other hand, if those who are raising concerns are not very sure of the concerns that they are raising, that it is not true or anything like that, why should they raise that to give foundation or basis for confusion in the future? So it is up to all of us, Ghanaians, the Electoral Commission.
Well, let's listen to what the Deputy Director of Elections and IT for the opposition NDC, Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer, said in an interview with ABC News GH, where he mentioned that although they will attend the Ipac meeting, they would not submit any findings as requested by the Electoral Commission.
And in the letter, they said we should come. They are coming to indicate to us how they have corrected their register for the 2024 and all that. In their response to us, their response to our petition, it is very clear. If you look at page 8 of it, they were asking us to come and so that they would demonstrate to us how they have corrected the register. That was not it. The IPAC is not a forum to address the issues that we are talking about. The issue we are talking about can only be addressed by through forensic audit, not an IPAC forum. An IPAC forum is not for such corrections. And in the letter, they said we should come. They are coming to indicate to us how they have corrected their register for the 2024 and all that. In their response to us, their response to our petition, it is very clear. If you look at page 8 of it, they were asking us to come and so that they would demonstrate to us how they have corrected the register.
The presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress for the 2024 elections, John Dramani Mahama, says he will introduce a property rights of spouses bill if he wins the upcoming presidential elections. Speaking in Kumasi on Monday, September 30, at the launch of the NDC Women's Manifesto, he added he had plans also to introduce a domestic workers bill aimed at protecting vulnerable workers, predominantly women, from mistreatment. He stressed his commitment to increasing women's representation in parliament, district assemblies, and other leadership roles in Ghana.
Nancy and Chebia, Mrasha Benjum, Omo approval Mrebia, your friend, Affirmative Action Act. Our president didn't start to us here. Nasa Affirmative Action Act, a trace appointments, political appointments, I was said by 2025, I was say Emma Inya at least 30% of those appointments. And Sa Emrano essentially said, Sa 30% here, the special say 2025. No. You drew 2028, it was said it drew 35%. And yes, it's not 30%. By 2028, it was said it drew 35%. And by 2030, it was said 50% of appointments must go to women. Emrano so trese I was say you pay the number of Emma ye fa I was.
As the December 2024 elections draw closer, a recent poll by Global Info Analytics reveals that John Dramani Mahama, the leader of the National Democratic Congress, is maintaining a considerable lead over Vice President Dr. Mamadou Bawumia of the ruling New Patriotic Party. The poll shows Mahama capturing 51.1% of committed voters, while Bawumia trails with 37.3%. Independent candidates Alan Kwejitremanteng and Nana Kwame Bediako account for 4.1% and 6.2% respectively, with other candidates collectively receiving 1.3%. In an unweighted likely voters model, Mahama's advantage continues with 49.3% support compared to Bawumia's 35.9%. The poll also highlights a troubling trend of voter apathy within the NPP, as 16% of potential non-voters identify as supporters of the ruling party, while only 3% of NDC supporters fall into this category. Remarkably, Mahama has gained ground among first-time voters, achieving a 46% to 38% advantage over Bawumia, marking a significant shift from the July 2024 poll, where both candidates were tied. Conversely, Bawumia has seen a decline in support from Muslim voters, a crucial demographic for his campaign, losing nearly 4% since July. The poll reveals that 70% of those who supported President Nana Akufo-Addo in 2020 remain loyal to Bawumia, yet 19% have shifted their allegiance to Mahama. Away from elections, Works and Housing Minister Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah has revealed that his outfit has commenced the implementation of the new district housing program. According to the sector minister, this program is aimed at providing affordable housing projects to rural areas in bids to reduce the rate of rural-urban migration. Delivering his address at a media briefing, the Minister for Works and Housing, Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah, further announced the significant initiative aimed at providing relief to individuals affected by the recent spillage of the Akosombo Dam. He noted that the government will be constructing 1,000 housing units to accommodate those displaced by the incident.
Priority is the district housing program. Under the district housing program, we are doing two things. We are starting the new district housing program, or what you call the low-cost housing in the districts. We piloted the technology with the construction of Ipac. We expect that it will help to deliver a lot of housing in the rural districts. We are trying to deal with rural-urban migration. One of the ways to do that is to invest more in the non-peri-urban or urban districts. But one priority is the district housing program. Under the district housing program, we are doing two things. We're starting the new district housing program, or what you call the low-cost housing in the districts. We piloted the technology with the construction of Ipac. So you'll recall that when the Ipac village was being reconstructed, the rural housing department of the Ministry of Works and Housing worked to deliver the technology, the compressed earth technology. That is a technology, it's a very affordable technology that we are using for our district housing program. And we have concluded work and we have appointed the National Home Ownership Fund because of the excellence that they have demonstrated with TDC, etc., on Community 22, etc. We've appointed them as our client master developer. And so they are starting the district housing program. We expect that it will help to deliver a lot of housing in the rural districts. We are trying to deal with rural-urban migration. One of the ways to do that is to invest more in the
stalled Saglemi housing project is on the brink of revival as government finalizes negotiations with a private developer for its redevelopment. This was disclosed by Minister for Works and Housing, Kojo Oponkroma, during a press briefing in Accra on Monday, September 30, 2024. The project is expected to be handed over within the next 14 days. This development follows President Akufo-Addo's approval of a negotiation framework with successful bidders after a request submitted by Minister Oponkroma last month. The Saglemi housing project, initially aimed at delivering 5,000 affordable housing units, saw around $200 million of government funding, but was halted after only 1,506 units were partially completed. Two companies have been shortlisted for the final phase of negotiations: Quam LMI Consortium and Bro Ghana Limited. Mr. Oponkroma's statement comes as Ghana's housing deficit stands at 1.8 million units, down from 2.8 million in 2010.
One priority is the district housing program. Under the district housing program, we are doing two things. We're starting the new district housing program, or what you call the low-cost housing in the districts. We piloted the technology with the construction of Ipac. So you'll recall that when the Ipac village was being reconstructed, the rural housing department of the Ministry of Works and Housing worked to deliver the technology, the compressed earth technology. That is a technology, it's a very affordable technology that we are using for our district housing program. And we have concluded work and we have appointed the National Home Ownership Fund because of the excellence that they have demonstrated with TDC, etc., on Community 22, etc. We've appointed them as our client master developer. And so they are starting the district housing program. We expect that it will help to deliver a lot of housing in the rural districts. We are trying to deal with rural-urban migration. One of the ways to do that is to invest more in the non-peri-urban or urban districts. If you go to the districts out there, one of the biggest problems is that teachers, policemen, nurses, doctors don't want to live there because housing is one of the problems. And so by focusing...
Parliament is expected to commence the 5th meeting of the 4th session on October 15, 2024 at the dome of the Accra International Conference Center. The primary reason for the relocation is the ongoing renovation work in the main chamber of Parliament, which serves as the usual venue for parliamentary sessions. The Speaker of Parliament, Alban Badmin, has notified members of Parliament about the reconvening of the House on October 15 for the 5th meeting in a statement signed and issued on Monday, September 30. Meanwhile, during a 2-day emergency sitting at the Dome, Parliament approved a $250 million loan agreement from the World Bank to support the Ghana Energy Sector Recovery Program. This facility, which was previously disapproved before the Parliament recess, was a key reason for the recall of Parliament on September 3. That's all for ABC Headlines. I am Abna Mante. ABC in the Morning continues. Stay with us.
advertise your brand or business on ABC News GH Television, call us on 030-278-8645 or 050-993-0360 to secure your slot.
Attention business owners, it's time to take your business to the next level with ABC News GH Television's mega promo. From August 1st to October 31st, 2024, we're offering you unbeatable deals to advertise your products and services. Don't miss out on this amazing chance to reach more people and grow your brand. For more details, give us a call on 050-993-0360. Remember, terms and conditions apply. Follow us on social media at ABC News GH_.
To ABC in the morning. I am Abna Manti, and I'm glad to come to you today, this morning, this beautiful Tuesday morning, the start of the new month. Today is the first day of October in the year of our Lord 2024. How intriguing that the first day of October starts with some rain, some showers this morning. We are grateful that we are in a new month, the 10th month of the year, gradually inching to the end of 2024. Wasn't it just yesterday that 2024 started? For me, I think the year has run so fast, and I believe most of us have achieved some of the things we set out for when the year started. For those of us who have not achieved some of them yet, let me remind you that things will get better, okay? And in the words of Aristotle, happiness depends on you. Happiness depends on ourselves. Okay, Aristotle, the famous Greek philosopher, said that happiness depends upon ourselves. So regardless of where you have gotten, I'm entreating you to be happy. Decide, make a deliberate effort that you would be happy today and always, regardless of what comes your way, regardless of how things get during the day. If you are taking a stock of your life so far and you seem to be falling short of certain things you're expecting to have achieved by now, well, it's okay that you're a little disappointed, but be very deliberate about your happiness and be happy. This is ABC in the morning. We are happy to come to you. We are streaming on YouTube, ABC News GH. On YouTube, ABC News GH. Let's take a short break. We'll be back with Front Story. Stay with us. Watching ABC in the morning, and let's get straight into Front Story. Today on Front Story, we are looking at the Saglemi housing project. Over the last couple of months, you've heard so much about the Saglemi. At the recent meeting in Parliament, the Ipac meeting, the minister of housing, Kojo Nkrumah, appeared before the committee, and he was asked some questions about housing. Questions are obviously about housing, and he had a lot to say about the housing issues in Ghana and what his ministry were doing about the housing issues in the country. Very key among housing issues in this country is the Saglemi housing project, a project which started all the way in 2012. We should have seen completion years ago so that it would be a measure to mitigate the housing deficit in Ghana. However, the project stalled. It stalled after 2012. Why did the project start? In 2010, Ghana, in 2010, the housing deficit in the country stood at 2.8 million units. The housing deficit in Ghana stood at 2.8 million units. So in 2012, the Mills Mahama administration began the Saglemi housing project. That was in 2012. The project was funded by Credit Suisse, a Swiss investment bank. This was following a Parliament of Ghana approval of the project in 2012, October 2012. So the funding was from a Swiss investment bank so that we would start the Saglemi project in Pram, in the Greater Accra region. However, so many years after this project started, we have reached nowhere. It's been one of the things that have bothered Ghanaians so much, so that anytime we mention housing, the first thing anybody mentions is Saglemi. The first thing we mention is Saglemi. What is happening to Saglemi? You have left it to rot. Governments after governments have left it to rot. Why? What's happening? So many times we have mentioned this issue of Saglemi. Yesterday, at the minister's press briefing, the housing minister was at the press briefing and he spoke about the housing sector where the conversation about Saglemi came up. In that conversation, we found out at the press briefing that 2 companies had been shortlisted. 2 companies, Quam, LMI Consortium and Bro Ghana, had been shortlisted to now fund the construction of Saglemi. This was coming yesterday on the back of the minister's conversation at the minister's press briefing. So at least we know that from now there is a way forward when it comes to the Saglemi housing project. When the project started, government invested $200 million into this project. $200 million into this project. The project was supposed to give rise to a number of housing units that was supposed to take care of the housing deficit in the country, to mitigate the deficit in the country. However, by the time the Saglemi project halted, only 1,506 units had been partially completed, not fully completed. It had been partially completed. It had been partially completed. The project was supposed to be completed in 4 phases. So it was divided into 4 phases and had to be completed that way. However, it was not to be. Government has invested so much money into it. However, nothing has come out of it. It's for this reason that government says, let us go into a private public partnership so that we can complete this project for Ghanaians to be able to enjoy it. It's been left standing for so many years. Since 2012, so many years, 12 years after the project began. We have joining us Emmanuel Sherry. He is the CEO of the Chamber of Construction Ghana, and we'll be talking to him about the Saglemi project, how far it has gotten to, and what we can do so that all of the units are completed for Ghanaians to enjoy it. So far, Ghana's housing deficit stands at 1.8 million units. Let's talk to Emmanuel. Thank you for joining us this morning, sir.
You're most welcome, my dear sister. How are you?
Fine, thank you, sir. A project we signed a contract for in 2012. Unfortunately, 12 years after we signed the contract, we are yet to complete it. As someone who is into construction, into the construction industry, what has been the biggest problem between the governments that we've had? We've had 2 governments. We have had governments from the 2 parties. All of them have come. However, the project has stalled over all of these years. As a construction person, what do you think the issue has been so that we have been unable to complete this project?
Okay, first of all, which of the projects are we talking about here?
We are talking about the Saglemi housing project.
Very well. Thank you very much for such an opportunity, and also want to use this opportunity to salute your cherished listeners and viewers across the entire country and the world at large. And I thank you also for the opportunity as well once again. The issue about Saglemi is something that's realistically, we must be so much conscious about in handling this issue. I'm saying so on the fact that it's taxpayers' money which has been sunk into the ground there as we speak. And the money is not free for the country. It's money that has been borrowed that will be paid back. As we speak now, payment is ongoing. Meanwhile, the project is not yielding its dividends to the entire country. So therefore, that tells us that we are wasting Ghana's scarce resources, all because of what? Partisan politics. I say partisan politics in a sense that the very moment this very administration took over the reign
with the
of
1,502,
the country,
they've completed 1,389, 386 at various stages. 868 have been completed, and if infrastructure is provided, that is light, water, and the sewage system is done, people can move in and occupy it. And then there are about 139 townhouses that have also been completed. So in total,
I'm telling you on authority, this canker will never have repeated itself. Let me be sincere and frank in my words. I'm saying this, that Honorable Atachia has been a waste to the Ministry of Works and Housing for this while, especially in terms of this settlement management. Today, the same case that they say is in court, was it not the same property? Yes?
You are saying that Honorable Atachia is the cause of this Saglemi problem. However, yes, the project didn't start in the NPP's administration. The project started during the Mills administration. So how are we leveling the blame on Atachia, who didn't start this?
Very well. Well, very good question. NDC government started the project. Lo and behold, they brought it to a level. Some completed, some partially completed, others are just springing up. Now, government has changed hands. And you and I know that government is a continual process. So therefore, as long as it's taxpayers' money and it's government of Ghana that is going to resource those particular facilities, and the product becomes a property to the state, then what must we do? We must try as much as possible to maintain it so that it becomes useful to the economic growth of the entire country. So therefore, if you have come to inherit something, and let's take it for instance, you have discovered some fishy dealing within that particular product, the best thing for you to do, as it's been done, you refer the case to the appropriate authorities, making sure that the right things has been taken into consideration. Meanwhile, you need to protect the national interest, the national purse. Today, the very day Honorable Atachia started this, per his own assertion, Google and find out, he said Ghana government needs 35 million to complete all the 1,506 project there. Now, today,
Mr. Cherry.
Yes.
The same Atachia you are talking about, when he became the Minister for Works, House and Housing, saw that the units that had started the units that were in developments that were being developed had certain issues. There were issues with those units, and let me mention some of those issues. They lacked amenities such as water, electricity, and drainage system. You are saying that he should have gone to the appropriate authorities. The same Honorable Atachia wrote to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General in 2018, and he sought advice on how to terminate the contract because he believed that the contractors were not doing the right work. If there were no amenities such as water, drainage system, obviously a house cannot stand like that. So he saw some defects and he sought for more information on how to go about it. The same Mr. Atachia that you mentioned again said that after Parliament had passed the agreement, right, in 2012 for 5,000 units, the minister before him had cut down the number of units 2,500 units and then further slashed it down to 1,200 and 1,024. So even before he Atachia came to occupy that position as Minister for Works and Housing, the number of units that were supposed to be constructed had been reduced from 5,000 to 1,024. So I'm trying to establish the correlation between he being the problem and the housing units that were supposed to be constructed.
Very well. Nicely put. Now let's go to the reality. The fact I was establishing was that at the time, what was the audit value that he threw out to the public domain? $35 billion US. With all the concerns that you just raised, sanitations, sewage and what have you, electricities and what have you, that is what has been put together to the tune of $35 million to be able to put the 1,506 housing products into good use. Today, how much do we need to complete that? Tell me. I'm listening.
Well, you are the one making your submission.
No,
Mr.
you
Cherry.
are the one who also trying to, which means you're trying to tell us that you have the accurate figures. So now tell us, how much do we still need the 35 million to complete those particular projects?
Well, Mr. Cherry, I'll come to you. We have joining us the PRO for the Ministry for Works and Housing, Manasseh Atayebwa. Thank you for joining us, Manasseh.
Many thanks for having me. I'm Manasseh Atayebwa. I am the spokesperson for the ministry.
Atayebwa, my apologies. Pardon me, sir.
No worries, please.
Well, Manasseh, I will come to you to speak with you, but Mr. Emmanuel Cherry was making a submission. I want him to land and then I'll come to you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Cherry, you were saying?
Yeah, I said the very first time Honorable Atachia came to the public domain to make a statement on this stall project, the amount he quoted was $35 million for the completion of the 1,506. Today, how much do we need to complete the same project? Has the court come out with its judgment? Was it the same government who is now telling us that they have now been able to source for private developers to come on board, to partner government to complete the outstanding projects? How much do government of Ghana through these private partners or developers need to complete those projects? Is it the same 35 million? This is a clear financial loss to the state, and that is my concern. You see, Ghana's national purse is bleeding, and we need to protect it. The same case is in court now. The court has not come out with their judgment, but government of Ghana has taken the bosses to go ahead and give the contract out to another third party to be able to manage for us to benefit from it. Now, what prevents the same government from day one in doing so for us to save money? We need almost the equal amount, $200 million, to complete the same amount, which is now causing financial loss to the state. That is my pain. You see, we don't have money as a country. The little we have, let us protect it and use it wisely. I am not trying to say the previous administration, they are saying no. But whatsoever you came to discover, you send it to cabinet. Let cabinet advise accordingly. Okay, we've inherited this. This is how much it's going to cost. And then the project supposed to have been this. But such an amount of money has been spent, which means it's what you call overboard. And therefore, what do we do? As you said, Attorney General comes in. But should we leave the project to rot as it is today? That is my pain. My sister, take the time and go to Seglement and see the kind of the rot that is going on there. It's painful.
Mr. Cherry, I'll come back to you.
Ma'am.
Please stay on the line with me. Let me ask Manasseh a question. You are asking, should we leave the project to rot? Now, Manasseh is at the Ministry of Works and Housing. The ministry has said that the project will not rot, so they are reviving it. Manasseh, per the framework cabinet approved, for which the ministry started negotiating with the companies for the construction, what will be government's percentage of ownership in this project? And also, how many units are we expecting after this completion?
A very good morning to you, and good morning to our cherished viewers. And let me say a very good morning to the other panelists. The trajectory of the Sagleme affordable housing project has been that in 2012, the project was launched, and the intent of the project was to build 5,000 housing units with $200 million that was borrowed under the NDC administration. Now, in 2017, when the MPP came into power, we inherited 1,506 housing units. There has been various issues on Sagleme, even court issues regarding some contractual breaches amongst others. So the court is handling that. However,
hello, Manasseh.
The issue in court does... Yes, I can hear you, please.
Yes, Manasseh, the sun seems to be in your face, so we're unable to see you properly. So if you could please position yourself better, we would be glad.
Okay.
Right.
I don't know if it's much better this way.
Yes, it is better.
So
please continue with your submission.
Yeah. The issues in court does not in any way prevent the government from completing and operationalizing the Sagleme housing units. What government has done has been a fair process, a fair and a transparent process to ensure that one, a request for proposal is issued, and also to invite the private sector to bring in more capital and more technical expertise for us to complete and operationalize the project. Government is not selling the Sagleme affordable housing project to any private developer. What government is doing is that because we had challenges with our treasury, government was not willing to commit additional funds after the NDC administration had spent $200 million on the project. And so what government is doing is to invite the private sector to come in with some more capital so that we'll be able to complete and operationalize the project. And again, you asked the question on what will be government's share. What government is doing is that government has commissioned the Ghana Institution of Surveyors to go to the project site and to value the property, what we have sitting on the land at Sagleme. And that will be government's equity in the negotiation framework. Then the cost to completion of the selected bidder will also be known, so that on this basis we'll be able to negotiate. So for example, if it is valued, for example, that Ghana, the Sagleme is worth, let's say, $80 million today, and the cost to completion, for example, is, let's say, $100 million, that will then inform how the revenues that will accrue from the sale of the housing units will be shared to ensure that government is able to recoup its $80 million, and the private sector will also be able to, recoup its $100 million that would be invested in the project. So currently, like I was mentioning, after the request for proposal, the ministry had about 10 master developers who expressed interest in the project. On the 8th of July 2024, the ministry received proposals from 5 of these companies, and the ministry also engaged the Public Procurement Authority to enable us select an independent evaluation entity to help us evaluate various projects. And Deloitte and Touche were selected Public Procurement Authority, and they have also gone through the audit, and they've been able to shortlist 2 of these companies. There's Broad Ghana Limited and there's Quam LMI Holdings Consortium. They have been shortlisted. And so within the next 2 weeks, government will engage these 2 firms to negotiate with them according to the framework that has been approved by Excellency the President, so that at the end of the negotiation, we'll be able to have one out of these 2 firms for us to hand oversight.
Who are these 2 project firms that have gotten to this stage of the bidding, Broad Ghana and Quam? What are some of the works that they have done that will stand out for Ghanaians to be able to identify them with?
Well, so the duty of the independent evaluation entity was to, 1, assess their financial capacity and their technical expertise, so that they'll be able to bring to bear what they will be able to do best of the Ghanaian people. As to what they've done, over the years, I think this is something everybody who has time could be able to, surf the internet or even reach out some more to find out what they've done. But for us as a ministry, this was the duty of the independent evaluation entity to value the proposals that they have submitted, so that they'll be able to make a determination as to who is best fit as a bidder to be engaged by way of negotiation to be selected, to continue and even to help government operationalize the project. And so we can find time and do some more reading about the various works.
But per your assessment into them, have they satisfied every criteria that you are looking for in a contractor for this work?
The assessment was not done by the Ministry of Works and Housing. The assessment was done by an independent evaluation entity, which is Deloitte and Touche. So they have done that, and they have submitted their evaluation reports to the Ministry of Works and Housing. The ministry would upload these reports on our website so that every Ghanaian would have time to read and to know the reasons why these two firms have been selected. And so the evaluation was strictly done without any interference from the Ministry of Works and Housing.
Manasseh, what is the timeline for this project? What is the duration we are looking at for the units that you're expecting to be completed?
Okay, so as part of the negotiation, one critical issue would be the timeline for completion, and government would engage within the next 2 weeks to know how these two firms will be able to complete, how fast and with the highest level of efficiency, how they will be able to complete. So these are part of the clear issues stipulated in the negotiation framework, and at the end of the negotiation, we'll be able to put out some more details on the timelines as well.
In speaking with Mr. Emmanuel Cherry, who is the CEO of the Chamber of Construction Ghana, the other panelist on the conversation this morning, Mr. Emmanuel Cherry has said that we have wasted a lot of money in this project, and he's placed a lot of blame on former Works and Housing Minister, Honorable Atachian, that Honorable Atachian should bear most of the blame for how the project has stalled, because he essentially stalled the project. What will the ministry say as a PRO? What will you say about this?
In fact, the Saglemi Affordable Housing has not been without issues. I have mentioned that when NPP came into power, there were a lot of issues surrounding the project, because the original intent of the project was to deliver 5,000 housing units. The NPP administration came to meet just 1,506, and there were lots of contractual issues. And so when Minister Atachian was in charge of the Ministry of Works and Housing, he also commissioned a team to even do an evaluation and assessment on how much, one, the work's done on the site, and also to know how much will be needed for the project to be completed. And when Minister Senso Boakye also came, he also went to cabinet to have discussions on how we'll be able to raise some more financing to complete the project. And it was then that cabinet took decision that the ministry should look for a private investor, so that the private developer will also be able to come in with some kind of investment. As to issues of who should be prosecuted, I think this would be a determination for the court to make as to what has been the issues, what has been the contractual issues. And you see, when you look at the initial framework, the bane on most African countries and even our country has been that the framework in tackling our housing issues aforetime has been that government should go and look for money and build on a large scale. And so that explains why over the years we have a lot of stalled projects in the country and even across Africa. What we are doing differently is to ensure that we are able to leverage on the abilities and the financial capacities and the technical expertise of the private sector, so that once we are able to do that, we will then rake in the private sector by providing them some more incentives, so that the private sector will then lead mass housing construction. And that is what we are doing. And so when you look at the initial framework that government is putting together, we want to ensure that we are able to provide the private sector with some more land. Most often than not, if a private sector intends to develop various housing units on a very large scale, they also study the land tenure system in Ghana. And our current land tenure system would deter most master developers from building on a very large scale. The reason is that one land could be...
Hello, Manasseh. Hello, Manasseh. Manasseh, if you can hear me, your sound.
Task to ensure that if a master developer or the private sector wants to engage in large-scale, housing, they would have to go through the stress of buying land, going through some processes to register, having to deal with, land guards, amongst others. So that also is one. And two, government is also, through our new PPP framework, ensuring that we are able to do the ground infrastructure or the horizontal infrastructure by providing, extending electricity to the project site, by constructing roads, by working on the drainage and the sewage systems, so that all this would help the private developer to facilitate and to fast track the construction of these. And so over the period, unless there's a paradigm change, we will always suffer from these incidences of stalled projects. And it is for this reason that the government is rolling out a new PPP framework to ensure that there is a deepened collaboration between government and the private sector to provide these incentives and enabling environments for the private sector to develop a lot of housing units on a very large scale. And if the private sector takes the lead in this regard, even if there is a change in administration, because there has been legal procedures that have been followed, when there is a change in government, it will not prevent the private sector from continuing with these projects. And that is what we seek to do within this short period to ensure that we are able to work with more tenacity to reduce our house.
Right, Manasseh, please stay with us, don't go. Mr. Emmanuel Cherry. Hello, sir. Mr. Cherry.
I'm here.
Yes. You've heard from the PRO of the Works and Housing Ministry. He's touched on some of the issues that you raised. What would you say about them?
He is, let me first of all commend him for a very beautiful PRO damage control that he has put out there. He has exhibited the skills of communication because that is what he has been employed to do. However, the issue comes back to the same, concerns that I raised from the day one. My concern here is, in as much as we are applauding government for passing the PPP Act, that is a very nice policy that has been introduced into the infrastructure space on the entire country so that government can weigh itself out of certain excessive load so that the private sector can have a window to operate, to support government in some of these things. But you and I know, Segleme, per the definition that we know, they says affordable housing. Am I right? If that is if that's the name that has been entitled to the property today, per the PRO, he says over almost $200 million has been spent on 1,506. Right now, the same 1,506 is what the private entity is going to continue to complete. Now, which means if care is not taken, we'll be using approximately the same amount that we use in constructing this building to complete the same building. That is the worry, that's a concern that you, my sister, need to raise. Because it's a wasteful resources. As he said, Honorable Atachia made this per the value that was raised or presented to him initially. It was $35 million. Even though we admit that there were pockets of issues, we don't have problem with that because let the laws work. But in the course of that, what do we do to protect national peace? Today, it's going to cost another taxpayer's money because this private developer coming on board is coming to partner government to do this, and then they take his money as well as government also take his money. So it's going to cost us additional money.
Mr. Cherry.
Yes?
From what the minister has said, government is not investing any money in the project as it stands. That is why the project is given. I know.
The problem and concern I'm raising here is already per the discussion, what is on the table, $200 million has been spent on that project.
And that was spent when the project began, Mr. Cherry.
Yes, that is still gathering dust, which means that money, you like it or not, government of Ghana is going to pay, right or wrong?
It was already invested. This is not new.
That's my concern. So you come to meet it at the stage of 35 million cedis that can solve the problem. Why do we wait till this time for us to waste another resources for it?
Well, Mr. Cherry, we'll have this conversation into details very soon and some other time. But thank you for joining us this morning.
The pleasure is mine.
Okay. Manasseh, thank you for also joining us. We will definitely be coming back to this conversation as it is an ongoing project. Thank you for joining us.
Many thanks for having me, and I think we have a lot to talk about on the housing sector, so I'll be on standby for the opportunity to come around.
Most grateful.
Thank you.
We are most grateful for that. So this is Front Story. We've been looking at the conversation on Saglemi, the affordable housing projects that was started 12 years ago in 2012 by the Mills administration. 12 years later, we are here. The Ministry of Works and Housing is giving this project to a private developer to fund and complete the project, as government has already spent a lot of money in the project. The ministry is looking at seeing quite a number of the units be completed. At the moment, 2 companies have been shortlisted to handle this construction: Quam LMI Consortium and Bro Ghana Limited. As the days go by, there will be more updates on this affordable housing project, Saglemi housing project in Pram. This is Front Story on ABC in the morning. Stay with us, we'll be back. In the morning. Thank you for staying with us. Let's get straight into sports with Godwin Ochre.
Attention business owners, it's time to take your business to the next level with ABC News GH Television's mega promo. From August 1st to October 31st, 2024, we're offering you unbeatable deals to advertise your products and services. Don't miss out on this amazing chance to reach more people and grow your brand. For more details, give us a call on 050-993-0360. Remember, terms and conditions apply. Follow us on social media at abcnewsgh_.
Good morning and welcome to ABC Sports. My name is Godwin Opoku-Ochre and I'm bringing you all the latest you need to know in the world of sports. So let's get straight into it. The president of the Ghana Football Association, Kurt Okreku, President of the Ghana Football Association, Kurt Okreku, appeared before the Parliamentary Select Committee on Sports to respond to several allegations as part of the hearing on the Save Ghana Football petition. Speaking on the issue of his alleged influence over squad selection for the Black Stars, Okreku vehemently denied having any involvement. In response to questions regarding the role of management committee members, the GFA president strongly defended their relevance. He also cleared the air on rumors that the GFA paid hefty sums to committee members following the 2022 World Cup.
Who expect me to select players for him, I'll fire the coach. I'm repeating myself. If I hire the coach for Ghana, and that coach expects me, Kurt, to select players for him, that coach will be fired the next day. Because that is not the kind of coach I and we want to work with. Players of the Black Stars are selected by the technical team of the Black Stars, led by the current coach, Otto Addo. Simple. Can dispute the role of the management committee in the management of our football. For the World Cup, it takes 4 years of hard work and management and sleepless nights and traveling on aircraft or in aircrafts to secure qualification. Unfortunately, it doesn't take 2 days. For the other junior national teams, it takes 2 years to ensure qualification. Every day within a year, work is being done.
In other local sports news, preparations are currently underway at the Accra Sports Stadium as efforts are being made to secure approval from the Confederation of African Football, CAF, for Ghana's upcoming AFCON qualifier against Sudan. On the 11th of October, and the venue is yet to be approved by CAF. This follows the recent ban of the Baba Yara Sports Stadium due to poor pitch conditions, which left the Black Stars without an approved home ground for the qualifier. So, and that is all for sports today. I am Godwin Opoku-Ochre. I'll hand over to Abna to take it from here.
You are welcome to ABC in the morning right here on ABC News GH. My name is Sandy Opondech. It's time for health tips. And on health tips today, we are doing 5 actionable steps to addressing infectious diseases and pandemics. Dr. Margaret Chan, former Director General of World Health Organization, that's WHO, says that the greatest health to global health security is not bioterrorism, but infectious diseases. This is what she has to say. So today, we are giving you 5 straight tips, the point that you need to know to protect yourself from infection. The first one is that practice good hygiene. Practicing good hygiene is very important. You can't do away with it, and it can never be overemphasized. You need to wash your hands frequently with soap, as they say, and running water. You should also consider using hand sanitizer, as you are seeing on our screen. You need to prioritize washing your hands and then using hand sanitizer, and then make sure when coughing, you either use a tissue to cover your mouth, or you can use your elbow to also cough by covering your mouth. Let's move straight to the second point, is to get vaccinated. Make sure you get vaccinated and stay up to date on recommended vaccinations. Consult health professional when need be. When you do this, you are preventing yourself from infectious diseases and pandemic. The third point we are giving you right on ABC in the morning and on health tip is to use personal protective equipment. That's PPE. Use personal protective equipment, and these are equipment worn to minimize exposure to a variety of hazards. So using personal protective, you have your gloves, your nose masks, and then you are able to work according to how you're supposed to work. So if you are working in the health field, using the nose masks and then gloves is very important. So make sure you prioritize on these things. Our fourth point is maintain a healthy lifestyle. Maintain a healthy lifestyle is also equally important as also making sure that you experience or you make sure you eat a balanced diet food, you exercise regularly, and then you adequately sleep. Take some naps in between the day, and then make sure you keep your health up going. And then the last tip we are giving you here on health tip is that you need to stay informed. Staying informed is very important. You need to follow credible health source, that's from WHO, CDC, local health authorities, to be able to stay updated on outbreak of any news and anything that you need to be informed about, so that you are on the move on anything that is out there in the sense of pandemic or any infection and how to prevent them. So right here on ABC in the morning on health tips, we brought you 5 actionable steps to addressing infectious disease and pandemic. And as we leave, let's leave with a quote. And Bill Gates says that in the fight against infectious diseases, vigilance is our best defense. So this is what we brought for you on health tips on ABC in the morning. We'll come back with more. Do stay tuned.
thank you for staying with us. You're still watching ABC in the morning. Godwin brought us sports, the latest in sports, and Andy brought us some health tips. The health tips: please practice personal hygiene. Very important. It saves us from a lot of the things that we encounter. Up next is Business Fix. On Business Fix today, we are looking at a very interesting conversation. Over the last week, the Bank of Ghana's Monetary Policy Committee met. And at that policy committee meeting, they reduced the policy rate from 29% to 27%. However, that was not the only thing that happened at the policy committee meeting. In a press conference, the governor, Dr. Ernest Addison, said something. What did he say there? He said that the Bank of Ghana was going to launch a coin. What is this coin that we were going to launch? The coin is the Ghana Gold Coin, otherwise known as the GCC. Ghana Gold Coin. And this coin is going to be made available in the coming weeks. The Bank of Ghana calls this a development which marks a significant milestone in its history, and it says that it is an initiative. This initiative is a testament to the Bank of Ghana's unwavering commitment to deepening financial markets by offering other avenues for savers to invest and a reminder of this nation's rich gold heritage. So this gold coin is an avenue for savers to invest in other forms of investment than what we already know. The coins are going to be available in different sizes. There's going to be a 1 ounce coin, a half ounce coin, and a quarter ounce coin, and this will suit different investment needs. And it's manufactured from Dore gold. When we say Dore gold, it means that the purest form or the rawest form of gold that has been refined to a 99.99% purity, approximately 100% purity. Governor Dr. Ernest Addison said at the presser that the introduction of the gold coins would help ease the pressure on the local currency so that individuals who buy dollars and hoard them as a form of investment can now buy the gold coins instead. So in this case, the gold coins are going to replace the dollars that individuals buy as a form of investment, so that we do not have the incidence of so much buying of dollars and then hoarding of this. These are some of the reasons why the GCC is going to be is launched. The issuance will enable the Bank of Ghana to mop up extra CD liquidity in the banking sector and will supplement the use of the Bank of Ghana bills and overnight deposition for our open market operations. So this is the reason why they are doing that. The coin will also give savers, residents in Ghana, an additional avenue to invest and reap the benefits from the Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program. So this gold coin finds expression under the domestic gold purchase program that the Bank of Ghana has begun. They say that gold has shown remarkable resilience as a financial asset and can serve as a public natural hedge in this period of economic turbulence. This is what the Bank of Ghana is saying. And the issuance of the gold demonstrates a diversifying of financial portfolio. So these are some of the things that are coming up after the introduction, after the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, said that they'll be introducing a gold coin. This gold coin is an investment alternative as per what the Bank of Ghana is saying. Let us speak with an economist who would help us appreciate this conversation more. Professor Patrick Esuming is an economist and he is a lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School. He joins us for a conversation. Good morning, sir.
Good morning and good morning to viewers.
Thank you for joining us as always.
It's a pleasure to be here.
So this gold coin that the Bank of Ghana is speaking about, For the layman who does not understand, what does this introduction of gold coin into the system mean?
Well, thank you. I think you gave a very, very good introduction explaining what the BOG is trying to do. So the BOG is introducing gold coins in very small ounces. Gold, the volume is counted in ounces. So I think they are introducing introducing the coins in 3 different ounces. And essentially, what they are doing is that they are going to sell off the gold. So if you are looking for assets, financial assets to invest in, so currently a lot of people buy dollars and hold them with the expectations that the dollar will gain value, so that when you sell it off later on, you would have made a return on that purchase. So I think what the Bank of Ghana is trying to do is introducing another asset that people who are looking for financial instruments to invest in can invest in the gold coins, because the gold prices are appreciating. So what it means is that if you go and buy these coins from the Bank of Ghana, it's expected that as the price of gold on the world market goes up, then the gold coin that you have, its value also go up. So when you resell it, you get more. So like you read, it's seen as an alternative investment for people who think that maybe the cedi, putting your funds in the cedi, because the cedi will keep losing value, you want something that will give you some higher return. So when you buy the gold coins, as the value appreciates, because the price of gold is going up, you're also gaining. I think that's essentially what the BOG is trying to do.
Prof, many have raised fears, concerns about this introduction, saying that this Ghana gold coin might end up like many of the things we start in this country will become redundant after a while. Do you agree with them? And are these fears justified?
Well, I think it depends on a number of factors. I mean, in terms of sustainability, introducing and getting rid of it, I think, when the BOG is introducing an instrument like this, I think the BOG is a credible institution. So when they introduce something like this, you expect that they will be in it for the long haul. So I don't think the threat of, it being an ideal one, that being here for a short time and not being there is the real issue. I think the real issue is the extent to which the public will be willing to be buying those gold coins. Now, if the public, if you become very popular with the public and people trust and buy the gold coins, then it's going to increase its liquidity, and that will also help its tradability. Because what people will be concerned with is that if I buy these gold coins today and after 4 weeks I want to sell it off, how easy will it be for me to sell it off without losing value? If it is easily convertible, then you should expect that many people will embrace it. And of course, it also depends on the price appreciation. At the moment, I think since June or so, the price of gold has really been rising very rapidly. So if people buy it and they realize that they are gaining value because the price of gold is rising, of course, then you expect that people will embrace it. All of those will help it to become sustainable if it's highly liquid. At present, I'm not sure whether it's going to be issued and be traded publicly in an exchange or how exactly those modalities will be. I'm sure when they start issuing it in about 2 weeks or so, you'll get to learn a lot more about exactly its tradability. But I think its success to a large extent depends on how the public will really accept it. As for dollar, everybody knows that when we hold dollar, it's only a matter of time before it gains value. But this is a very new financial instrument that is being introduced. I think people will probably proceed with caution.
Well, in proceeding with caution, people have also raised concerns about the credibility of this gold coin, because they are not too sure that this is credible enough to put my money into. They would rather go and buy the dollars, hoard them, as people have been doing, although it is not good for the economy. So people have also raised concerns about the credibility of the gold coin. If I pay for this coin, how credible is it? Am I sure that in the coming days someone doesn't say that you don't have the right thing?
Well, I think that's always a threat. There are many layers to what you're asking. One is the institution issuing it and whether people find it's a credible institution. So obviously you expect that if the Bank of Ghana is issuing an instrument, people should treat it as a credible instrument.
People should treat it as a credible instrument.
People should treat it as a credible instrument. I don't think, if the Bank of Ghana issues a product, I expect that many Ghanaians will accept it as credible.
Right.
But the other thing is exactly how the sale and purchase will be managed. Because if it becomes easy for fraudsters to duplicate it, and then eventually the market gets flooded with fake gold coins, then that will become a problem. It will quickly generate credibility problems for the gold coin. And I think, like any new product like this, people will be very cautious. I think people are not going to flood to it. They are mostly going to adopt a wait and see approach. There are people who are naturally adventurous. They will be up for it and they will just dive in head deep to see. There are people who always want to test new things. But if those set of new people who test it realize that it is credible and it's profitable, then you might see it gaining ground. But I think as an instrument to help hold the depreciation of the currency, I'm not so sure. I don't think that the reason why people demand dollars, yes, people holding dollars for speculative purposes is a reason, but that's not the major reason. And so it may help to some extent, but we know the cedi's problem is more fundamental than just looking for an alternative investment instrument for dollar.
Well, sir, thank you, but don't go yet. We'll be taking the Electoral Commission's Ipac meeting. So when the meeting starts, we will be crossing over. Professor Patrick Esuming on this gold coin that has been introduced by the Bank of Ghana. Bank of Ghana says that in the coming weeks, the gold coin will be available. And we are speaking to Professor Patrick Esuming on that. He said that since it is coming from the Bank of Ghana, indeed, Bank of Ghana will not rule out something which is not credible, but people will proceed with caution, obviously, for something new in the system and for something that we haven't seen before. There are a section of the public who proceed with caution. However, there are also those who would want to dive in head first to see what this is about. Bank of Ghana says that the introduction of this gold coin is an investment alternative, and also to reduce the buying and hoarding of dollars that we see in this country. Prof. Esuming, this introduction of the we have lost Prof, but we will try and establish contact with him because I have a last question for Prof about this gold coin against other investment options such as the bonds, such as stocks and real estate that are very familiar to us as Ghanaians. These are the traditional investment options that Ghanaians are very comfortable with and they know. However, this gold coin is a new introduction, an introduction into the system to hedge against the buying of dollars and the hoarding of them. Let's get into our main discussion. If we get Professor Wing again, we'll speak with him, but the week is still young. We'll have more discussion on this gold coin, the Ghana gold coin by the Bank of Ghana. Thank you. This is it for Business Fix. Let's get straight into our main discussion for the day. watching ABC in the morning on ABC News GH. We are streaming on YouTube, ABC News GH. Like I said earlier, today the Electoral Commission is meeting with the various political parties at the Inter-Party Advisory Committee Ipac meeting. Electoral Commission has said that any party that has any evidence or data about discrepancies in the voter register should attend the committee meeting with their discrepancies, with their data and any information that they can supplement the data with. When we will be crossing over to the IPAC meeting so that you two will have a happy IPAC meeting. But before we even cross over to IPAC meeting, let's take our main discussion for the day. Today's discussion is on electricity tariffs. The tariffs have been increased by 3.02%, and water tariff has also been increased by 1.86% effective today. So effective today, electricity and water, very basic amenities, have been increased in the countries. And the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, PURC, they announced the increase in electricity and water tariffs for the third quarter of 2024. 3.02% hike in electricity, 1.86% hike in water. And in a statement that they released on Saturday, September 28, PRC highlighted that this adjustment was influenced by factors such as inflation, exchange rates fluctuations, and changes in gas prices. So inflation is 1, exchange rate fluctuations 2, change in gas prices 3. So these are the factors that influence the increase in tariffs. And the Commission has emphasized that Ghana's current economic challenges and the impact on living standards were carefully considered in arriving at this decision. So in arriving at this increase in tariffs, they said they looked at our economic challenges to make this decision. The new tariff adjustments will apply to all categories of consumers across the country, and PRC has explained that the decision took into account key parameters such as the inflation rate, like we said earlier, exchange rate, and the weighted average cost of gas over the projected third quarter, as well as the need to balance the current economic conditions with the competitiveness and sustainability of industries. PRC has also emphasized that the increments are essential to maintaining the financial stability of utility providers such as ECG, Ghana Water Company, and NEDCO, the Northern Electricity Distribution Company, while also protecting consumers. PURC has highlighted that these regulated utilities are expected to achieve a revenue collection benchmark of 98%. A revenue collection benchmark of 98%. And this 98% benchmark is crucial for the sustainability of the energy and water sectors. We took to the streets to listen to you, Ghanaians. What do you think about the increment in water and electricity, as this increment affects you and affects you fundamentally? Let's hear what you said.
Now, the increment of the electricity bill and water is going to affect us because we are not aware. Even me, I didn't hear it as you are telling me now. So it will affect us. When they increase the electricity bill, many of them cannot afford it. So that is why we cannot pay the electricity bill and the water to the same time, the same thing.
So I think it's going to increase cost of living and it's going to make things hard for the normal citizens, since we are experiencing the deterioration of the water bodies by the galamsey activities and now the increase in the prices of the Ghana Water Company tariffs. So I think it's going to make life hard for the normal citizens who can't even afford the 3 times daily meals.
Almost almost 3 months abang meno ni dia ne ko mo ni Ghana efe no fia no ke ni bi jalewa agbene wu amene no wa ha wo kwasa na ha wo be fi o ni wonye woke momo wo hinkun like it will be okay ona she bia ne kono ni mini wo yo bia na asa ka ngbenu eko even sometimes say work me tell me ko wonya ko pay water ona na asa ka ngbenu eko we ke mo ni ha ni bia mi wa e ha wo ona e what me say square ke wo government e ba nyoni like me feel ni wo he afi me ne feel wo ya afi ne wo feel ko it will be okay
say eye need for ma ban ne say also otum a and the omani na agitu so otum because eye adwuma ore oye and omani ni mo me yes say aban betuma imposu niem fata say ense emfamba omani so abama timamfo no bede ebebre eye adwuma oye say me wo ma adwuma say me ya at the end of the budget bebro enti de me fi say me de betuma ya adwuma na kusi awie na amma wow de adwuma hye me nsa no onkobre ne me hwe so me enti say aban no ehu say ehu hia say o so onde ntumu e de bade a ye be say e be na kwan so me mo enkokwa say be e be ye ye betum me mo yatum awie say me be say ye be sabeka light no ne ensa ka de esuo no.
Well, you've heard what Ghanaians had to say. For those of us who do not understand the local parlance, the lady was saying that this increment does not sit well with her because it is even difficult to pay for the tariffs we are paying for at the moment. So the increment is quite worrying for her. For the gentleman who spoke after the lady, he said that if the government has seen it fit to increase, that is because the government has to increase, but he's expecting that the things that must be done be done. So we've heard from you Ghanaians what you have to say about these price increments. We have joining us Apia Kusia Domako. He is the West African Regional Director for CATS Ghana. He joins us for this conversation. Good morning, Apia.
Good morning. How are you and your viewers?
We are fine, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Price tariffs, increments in these tariffs. How do you think the recent tariff increments will affect household expenses?
Okay. Let me start whether the tariff increment was justifiable or not. For me, I think it is not just. I think the PRC could have kept the tariffs at where they were, because we've seen that of late the price of crude oil has been trending downwards. At the pump, consecutively, the prices have been coming down, and so we're not expecting the PRC to do a marginal increase in the utility tariffs. And that is number one. Number two, I think the PRC didn't help Ghanaians by announcing the tariff increase just 3 days before the commencement of the new month. As you know, when you have a 1-month contract with people, you must give them 1 month notice before your increment. When you do this, you kind of distort people's planning. Recently in Nigeria, for example, the multi-choice increased its subscription tariffs, and people went to court challenging the court that the court said that when you have 1 month contract with people, well, you have to give them at least 1 month notice about any upcoming increase in your subscription rate. So I think the PRC must give consumers enough notice about potential increase in tariffs. Yeah. Now, coming back to your question, you've asked what would be the potential increase on consumers. I think the increase wasn't that much, but all fingers are not the same. For somebody, this means a lot. For some consumers, it means a lot. And it is not only utility prices that have gone up. Other things that consumers find in their consumption basket have also gone up. And in the long run, is going to create a problem. And so for me, I think what is more important is that we need to ensure a stable macroeconomic stability. Once we have stabilized fundamentals, the interest rate and inflation stabilizing, all these tariffs issues will not be hanging on our neck. Because PRC has been using the dollar CD exchange rate. They're talking about inflation, and these are the major. Sometimes we could even have the gas prices trending downwards, but because of these other variables going up, the PRC will need to increase the tariffs to protect consumers in making sure that they have enough to protect consumers against unfair practices.
This, you have said that 3 days is too short a time, and you have also mentioned that crude oil at the pump has reduced. However, the PURC has still increased the tariffs. This means that obviously, like you said, the macroeconomic indicators at the moment are accounting for what we are feeling at the moment. So can't PURC just hold on a bit? 3 days to time is quite worrying or difficult for certain consumers. Can't PURC come back again and maybe give us some extended period of about 2 weeks so that the consumers can be better cushioned to be able to face these increments in charges?
Well, somebody may also say that the PRC law gives them, I think the LI gives them a quarterly review of tariffs, and this is the third quarter going to the fourth quarter. So the fourth quarter starts today, which is the 1st of October. And so ideally, we should be expecting that, look, by 1st of October, tariffs was going to go up. But as to how much was going to go up, nobody knew, or whether it's going to go down or they're going to remain. So I think that businesses need a bit of predictability of the business environment. You can't just wake up and just 2 days before the new quarter, then you've been told that tariffs are going to go up. And I think that PRC must do well about this going forward in the future, so that businesses can plan very, very well.
Mr. Kusi, one of the major issues that consumers complain about is that we pay so much, yet we do not get the benefits of what we are paying for. They have paid for the increase in tariffs happen, they'll pay for it. If there's any adjustment, it's rolled on us, we pay for it. However, we don't see the correlation, we don't see it manifest in the services that we receive. How can we also get what we need from what we are paying for?
It's a very bad thing, because always every year, every quarter, tariff goes up, and we expect to see improvement. We even expect the PURC asking the UCGs and the water companies to tell us when the lights going to go off and when it's going to come back. All these things have become like a matter that nobody wants to talk about. But I think for now, what we've been seeing here in Ghana is that PRC UCG is just interested in turning on the lights on and off as let me put it this way. They are not interested in service quality, but the service quality also boils down to the issues of consumer satisfaction. Consumer satisfaction does not necessarily mean that I have light all the time. but at least the light that comes is stable, so that when I plug my device, I know that the light will not, there wouldn't be a surge that can, power surge that can cause my gadget to blow off or get a fault. So service quality is something that ECG has to do well. Of course, let me say that we've seen some form of improvement. Nowadays, the ECG, their fault department, they work 24/7, and I can thank them that whenever there's any problem, you call them. Within the next 30 minutes, the engineers are there to troubleshoot it. These are good, but I think that ECG can do better. Okay. I always tell people that in case ECG is given the contract to go and manage the electricity in London or New York, I'm sure they will do better than they are doing here, and so they should. And I think Ghanaians are also not. We are not demanding for excellence. We are not demanding for excellence. If Ghanaians start to demand for excellence, I'm very sure that the companies will start doing same.
Okay, thank you for joining us, sir.
Oh, you're welcome.
Apia Kusi Adomakon is the West African Regional Director for CATS Ghana. The Inter-Party Advisory Committee IPAC meeting has started. The Electoral Commission is speaking at the moment. Let's cross over so that we too can hear what's happening at the IPAC meeting.
Register and rid it of discrepancies as envisaged by the framers of the 1992 Constitution and CI 91 as amended by CI 126. As a commission, we can confidently state that most of the discrepancies discovered to date have been resolved. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last few weeks, there have been discussions in the public space as to the credibility or otherwise of the Provisional Voters Register. The largest opposition party, the NDC, has alleged that the discrepancies they have detected with the Provisional Voters Register make it unfit for the 2024 election. They have in this regard called for a forensic audit of the Provisional Voters Register. It is important to note that the discrepancies initially identified in the Provisional Voters Register cut across all regions. Assertions that the discrepancies in the Provisional Voters Register are aimed or were aimed at disenfranchising voters in certain parts of the country are untrue. That said, we have cleaned up the Provisional Voters Register and corrected all discrepancies identified to date. Ladies and gentlemen, following a meeting called at the instance of the NDC to discuss the discrepancies detected by the party, the NDC presented the Commission with 5 categories of issues they had identified with the Provisional Register. At the meeting, they highlighted a few examples of each category. Following this, the Commission requested the full data from the NDC with the assurance that it would investigate the data presented and present and provide a report of its findings to the NDC within a week. The Commission went on to assure the NDC that the issues they had presented to the Commission were the typical issues that usually arise from any voter registration exercise and which found expression in the Provisional Voters Register. The Commission explained at the meeting that the very essence of the exhibition exercise was to unearth discrepancies such as those detected by the NDC. That notwithstanding, we requested the data for the sole purpose of addressing each issue case by case in order to allay the fears of the NDC and put them at rest. Unfortunately, we have not received the data, and the debate as to the credibility or otherwise of the Provisional Voters Register has continued. It is for this reason that the Commission felt it necessary to hold this Ipac meeting in order to present all parties with an opportunity to present any issues they may have detected with the Provisional Voters Register. Additionally, the meeting will afford the Commission the opportunity to present its report on the revisions made to the Provisional Voters Register to date. It is important to emphasize that the register in question is a provisional one. As its name suggests, it is a draft. It is not the final voters register. It is not perfect, and it is not final. Regulation 23 and 24 of the Public Elections Registration of Voters Regulations 2016, CI 91 as amended by CI 126, enjoined the Commission to display the provisional register at all exhibition centers nationwide to allow for an inspection and revision and correction where necessary. This and other legal and administrative processes are carried out before a final register is produced. Indeed, CI 91 recognizes that the Provisional Voters Register is a draft register. Cognizant of the fact that a Provisional Voters Register is bound to contain discrepancies, CI 91 instituted the mechanism of the exhibition exercise to allow for the cleaning and revision of the Provisional Voters Register to ensure that it is credible and robust for an election. The register is thus displayed in all polling stations or exhibition centers and via electronic media to allow for its inspection and correction where necessary. In essence, the exhibition exercise, as enshrined in the constitutional instrument, provides the legal basis to clean the provisional register. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that as with any human endeavor, such as the registration of voters, there are bound to be discrepancies. One cannot expect that a provisional register will be perfect. It is for that reason that Regulation 23 and 24 of CI 91 provide clear, well-defined pathways to cure and deal with likely anomalies that are bound to arise from the Provisional Voters Register, including missing names, errors in biographical data, the existence of deceased persons on the register, incorrect designation of polling stations, among others. These are some of the issues which formed part of the NDC's presentation to the Electoral Commission. As stated earlier, these errors are not unusual. They are the typical errors that arise out of any registration process, and there are age-old legal and administrative processes to correct them. All it takes is a conscientious effort and time, and the Electoral Commission has employed both. As a commission, we have devoted the last few weeks to correct the discrepancies, and you will find that the Provisional Voters Register today is different and more accurate than what was exhibited and provided to the parties in August 2024. It is important to note that the Commission, in cleaning the Provisional Voters Register, employed a rigorous four-pronged approach as follows. Voters who visited our exhibition centers and who viewed their details via electronic media and detected errors with their details visited our district offices and had their issues rectified. Our exhibition officers in all our 40,000 plus exhibition centers scrutinized the register and reported discrepancies for correction by our IT team. Our field staff, namely our district officers and our regional officers, relied also on the register viewer, that is the soft copy of the register on their machines, to scrutinize the register and correct discrepancies. Our IT staff also utilized the register viewer to scrutinize the register and correct discrepancies. This approach has been very effective in helping to clean the register and rid it of discrepancies. As mentioned earlier, the discrepancies detected to date have been largely corrected, and the register that was presented to parties in early August is very different from what we have today. For the records, this same approach was adopted by the Commission prior to the production of the final voters register in 2020, and it worked effectively. Evidence shows that despite concerns raised about the effectiveness of that 2020 register to deliver a credible election, there were no voters who were denied the opportunity to vote during the 2020 election. This is the same approach we have adopted to clean the 2024 provisional voters register, and we have no doubt that it will deliver the same outcome, namely a credible and robust final voters register ahead of the 2024 election. As the body mandated by Article 45A of the 1992 Constitution to compile the register of voters and to revise it at such periods as may be determined by law, we urge you all to trust us to perform our functions as enshrined in the Constitution. The Commission has a track record and is globally respected for delivering free, fair, credible, and transparent elections and electoral processes, and this includes the compilation of the provisional voters register. Our staff are well trained and have the capacity and the competencies as well as the skills to undertake the task of producing a final and credible voters register. We certainly do not require external assistance in our line of work. By way of information, there exist legal and administrative processes that we follow from the registration exercise until the final voters register is produced. Right after the registration exercise, we institute what we call the district registration review committees, who sit in all districts to hear challenge cases presented by the citizenry. And we have the political parties, traditional authority, the security agencies as part of this committee, and they sit in every district. We have one in every district, and the composition, as I mentioned, includes representatives of the political parties. Following that, we go to what we call the adjudication process, and this also involves the political parties who adjudicate on persons who are brought up by the IT systems, and for a determination to be made as to whether they undertook multiple registrations or not. Here again, we have representatives of the political parties who work with the Commission to establish the rules and to take the decisions concerning these persons who are erred. Then we go to the exhibition of the provisional register, and this allows for an inspection and correction of discrepancies. Following that, we have the sittings of the district registration review officers, and these are magistrates appointed by the Chief Justice of Ghana to every district, and they hear and rule on cases including the objections to persons on the voters register. It is followed by the review and authentication of the magistrates appointed in each of the districts. Following their reviews and rulings on each of the cases, our district officers then implement the decisions of the magistrates. It is followed by a verification of the implementation of these decisions by our regional directorate headed by our regional directors. Following that, we then at the head office compose a team made up of IT and electoral services who then verify that all the decisions and all the recommendations provided have been fully implemented. It is after this stage that a final voters register is produced. And so you see the processes that we go through to arrive at a final voters register. As we speak, our district officers are implementing the decisions and recommendations of the district registration review officers, that is the magistrates. You will attest to the fact, ladies and gentlemen, from the above narration, that the production of a final voters register is a process. It is not a one-time event. Indeed, it does not happen overnight. It takes time from the completion of the registration exercise until the final voters register is produced. As noted earlier, our district officers are currently implementing the decisions of the magistrates, and this process will be followed by a verification and an audit of the provisional register by our regional staff, followed by our head office team. I'd like to state at this point that these processes have not been exhausted, and it is a position of the Commission that the call for a forensic audit is therefore premature. Ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, the Commission will in the coming days re-exhibit the provisional voters register online. We have developed an online platform to allow voters review their registration details at no cost to the voter. Additionally, we will provide a time period within which voters will be able to report on any discrepancies they have with their registration details in the districts where they registered and have them resolved. The idea to allow a second exhibition of the provisional voters register is part of our efforts to open up our processes and to ensure that our register is robust and accurate for the 2024 election. We urge all voters to review their details and to present any discrepancies they may have to us. This process, we believe, will certainly guarantee a further cleaning of the register. In the coming days, the Commission would allow the time frame within which voters can submit their discrepancies or the discrepancies they detect with their details. And we reiterate that voters will be able to check these details free of all charges. As a further step towards transparency, the Commission will also provide all the political parties with copies of the revised provisional voters register. The political parties will have the opportunity to review the revised provisional voters register and report any discrepancies they may find with the register. We urge the parties to see this as a national assignment and not as a partisan assignment. Let us put Ghana first and put our hands to the plow and collectively clean the provisional voters register to ensure that it is robust ahead of the 2024 election. Indeed, the Commission has developed a template which it will share with political parties to allow them to report discrepancies they find with the register and present same to the Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, we are mindful of the importance of the voters register in an election. It is a bedrock of any election. Indeed, an accurate voters register is sine qua non for a fair transparent, and credible election. It is in our interest as a commission to produce a credible and robust final voters register. We did this in 2020, and we will do it again in 2024. We urge you all and the citizens of Ghana to trust us. We will not fail you. We will not disappoint you. And we commit and pledge to conducting and undertaking a free, fair, transparent, and credible election come December 2024. So help us, God. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. At this point, we're going to have a presentation from the IT department of the Electoral Commission. But let me inform the House that this special Ipac meeting is being carried live on all major TV and radio networks, as well as live streaming on the Electoral Commission social media outlets. I would like to cede the podium to Dr. Yao J. Dr. Yao Fori J. To continue with us. Thank you very much. Seem to have a bit of a technical challenge, so we'll wait a bit for the industry to be fixed, and then I'll be able to do my presentation on behalf of the IT department of the Electoral Commission. Okay, the issue seems to have been resolved. So good morning once again. The title of my presentation this morning is the 2024 Provisional Voters Register. A review of the processes, issues observed, and their resolution. As has been said by Madam Chair, the exhibition of the voters register is a process that is required by law in order for us to have a very clean voters register. And it is important that as a commission we are able to produce a register that is credible to ensure free and fair election. It is also important for us to be able to let the public and all stakeholders who are involved in the production of the register to understand the various processes that we undertake to ensure that the register is clean, credible, and will ensure that there's a transparent election come December 2024. And therefore my when a register is being produced. And we will also elucidate the problems that we've had with the register that requires that it be fixed. So my agenda of the presentation this morning is to review the various electoral commission's processes, some opinions from the National Democratic Congress. Walk away to a certain year hours. So in between them, we've got transfer of voters, we've got registration for special voting, we've got proxy voting registration, all that leading to an exhibition. And after the exhibition, we have the BRLC sitting, the BRRO sitting, and then finally we get to the final voter register. It is also important to realize that extensive work has been done during the exhibition period with collaboration with voters themselves who have gone to the various exhibition centers to explain their issues, as well as active participation .
Inter-Party Advisory Committee meeting, Ipac meeting, is ongoing at the moment. The Electoral Commissioner, Jean Mensah, has spoken. She has mentioned a few things, and she says that they are very committed to conducting a free and fair elections. The Electoral Commission is committed to conducting a free and fair election. She says that she will not fail us as Ghanaians. Electoral Commission will not fail us. The Electoral Commission will not disappoint us. And because they will not fail and disappoint us, they will conduct a free and fair elections. She says that the EC does not need any assistance for conducting elections. They have done it before in 2024. In 2020, she led the Electoral Commission in conducting successful elections. In 2024, they will do it again. So they do not need any external assistance in doing the work that they have been mandated to do. She also says that the EC is capable. She has all the belief and trust in the capabilities of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. And she says that they have a global track record in conducting elections. The Electoral Commission has a global track record, and her staff is well trained. So as we enter into the elections, she knows that her staff is well trained to handle the elections in all of the polling stations all around the country, and that the Electoral Commission is well equipped to do the work that they have been given. The work bequeathed to them, they are well equipped to do it. And she and the Electoral Commission are mindful of the credible voters register, are mindful of a credible voters register. It is a credible voters register that we will need to go into the elections and for the people to accept the results. And because of that, she is mindful of having a credible voters register. She says in the coming days, the Electoral Commission will be enrolling the online exhibition of the voters register so that everybody can have the opportunity in the comfort of wherever they are to check their names in the voters register. Quite a number of people raise concerns about how to file complaints when they go and check their names in the online register. Electoral Commission is saying that there will be a system, a platform that will afford voters, eligible voters, afford everyone the opportunity to file whatever complaints they may have with the register when it is enrolled. So these are some of the takeaways from the Electoral Commissioner's submission at the Ipac meeting. Remember that the Electoral Commission has called on parties to come along with evidence, data, any information that will support the discrepancies that these parties have found in the provisional voters register that was exhibited earlier. And she says that there will be a collaborative effort in addressing those discrepancies should the parties come along with their data or the information that they have about the voters register. You're still watching ABC in the morning. At the moment, we are at the Electoral Commission where the EC is meeting all of the parties for an inter-party advisory committee meeting. It's called the Ipac meeting. She's meeting with all of the party stakeholders entering into the elections. The Electoral Commission is meeting them, and this is an Ipac meeting that is televised for all to see, for everyone to be privy to the discussions there as between the EC and the stakeholders, the parties, the independent candidates who are standing for elections in hopes of becoming president of the country come January 7. 13 candidates on the ballot paper entering into 7th December. 13 on the ballot paper vying for one position, the president of the country. And this broadcast of the Ipac meeting is the first of its kind. That an Ipac meeting is broadcast for the whole nation to also be a part of this conversation. It is normally between the EC and the parties, the political parties, but this time there is press there so that everybody can see what is happening. The EC said that they are broadcasting the Ipac meeting because they want to. It's not by any means of anyone pressuring them to broadcast the Ipac meeting. They are broadcasting it because they want Ghanaians to be privy to what is happening. We have barely 3 months to get into the elections, or 2 months, and just a little over 2 months, and then we are voting. The people of Ghana will go to the polls on December 7 to vote for members of parliament, the men and women who will be representing the Ghanaian people in parliament, the various constituencies, and then that one person who hopes to become the president of the country, the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. So EC is communicating with them. EC says that they have all of the trust in their systems, and EC does not need any external assistance in any way or any form to conduct elections. EC says that they do not need any external assistance of any form in any way to conduct elections, seeing as they are globally recognized. They have a global track record in this work that they are doing. Jan Mensah has overseen the 2020 elections. This will be the second elections she will be overseeing. The second one she will be overseeing. The voters register will be exhibited online. It will be enrolled in the coming days so that everybody from the comfort of your home, wherever you are, at work, at church, in school, wherever you are, you can check for your name in your voters register. You wouldn't have to go to your polling station. You wouldn't have to go to your constituency. Just check your name in the voters register. And they for voters to come to file complaints if you find any issue with your details that's captured in the voters register. A system, a platform will be made available so that you can file any complaints that you have. You're still watching ABC in the morning. This is the EC's communication with the various political parties and independent candidates. So the NDC, if you would recall, went on an Enough is Enough demonstration some weeks ago. What was this Enough is Enough demonstration? The demonstration was that they said they had seen, identified certain discrepancies with the provisional voters register that had been exhibited. Provisional voters register had been exhibited. Electoral Commission said that, and the NDC, National Democratic Congress, the biggest opposition party at the moment, said that we have found some discrepancies in the voters register. Persons had been illegally transferred from one register to another, with the issue of Pusiga from the northern region all the way to the Upper East region. Issues with the voters register, and they had mentioned a time without number that they had found some discrepancies. Because of that, the NDC staged a demonstration across the nation. It was a nationwide demonstration, not only confined to Accra, all over the nation. And in this demonstration, they said that the demonstration was called Enough is Enough. The demonstration was an Enough is Enough demonstration, where they said that the EC must allow for an independent forensic audit into the voters register. All the NDC were demanding was that an independent body audits the voters register. So they submitted a petition to the Electoral Commission. Not long after, the Electoral Commission responded, and in responding, the Electoral Commission responded to specific requests or demands that the NDC had made in their petition. The EC said that some voters that the NDC had said the EC had illegally transferred, Electoral Commission said that they had not illegally transferred those voters, and that whatever transferred had happened were legal transfers from the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission went on to also say that they were fully equipped to handle whatever audits they could, whatever audits the NDC needed, and so we're not going to bring in any independent or external auditors to come and audit the voters register. The NDC were calling for a forensic audit into the voters register, and the Electoral Commission said that they were fully equipped to do that. Beyond that, the Electoral Commission said that we're coming for an Ipac meeting, and in coming to the Ipac meeting, anyone who said they had seen or identified any discrepancies in the voters register should come to the Ipac meeting with data and any information to support their claims. Even before the EC said this, Kodeo had called upon the NDC to come to an Ipac meeting to sit with the other parties, and discuss what it was that needed to be discussed so that they could reach a mutual conclusion. Now the Electoral Commission comes and says that yes, there is going to be an Ipac meeting. At this Ipac meeting, come along with whatever data you've gathered, with whatever information you have that will corroborate your claims. The data and information to corroborate your claims that you are making, or the reliefs you are seeking from the Electoral Commission. You are saying the Electoral Commission should allow for an independent audit into the voters register because of so and so discrepancies you have observed. So the Electoral Commission says that come to the Ipac meeting, and in your coming, come with the data, come with the information, come with everything you have, so that it will corroborate the information that it will corroborate the claims you are making. That's what the EC said. So today's Ipac meeting, all the parties who are calling for independent audits are expected to come with their data, so that, like the EC says, there's going to be a collaborative effort in addressing the challenges, in reaching a mutual conclusion. So that is what the Ipac meeting today is for. And the first of its kind, today the Ipac meeting is being streamed online for all to see. The press have been invited into the Ipac meeting so that the general public can be privy to the conversations at the Ipac meeting. The Electoral Commissioner has spoken, and she has said that the Electoral Commission is committed to conducting a free and fair elections, and also said that the Electoral Commission does not need external help in doing their work. Let's take a short break. We will be back. It is still the Electoral Commission and their political parties at the Ipac meeting happening today.
Attention business owners, it's time to take your business to the next level with ABC News GH Television's mega promo. From August 1st to October 31st, 2024, we're offering you unbeatable deals to advertise your products and services. Don't miss out on this amazing chance to reach more people and grow your brand. For more details, give us a call on 050-993-0360. Remember, terms and conditions apply. Follow us on social media at ABC News GH_.
advertise your brand or business on ABC News GH Television. Call us on 030-278-8645 or 050-993-0360 to secure your slot. You can advertise your brand or business on ABC News GH Television. Call us on 030-278-8645 or 050.
We want the commission to review and correct all the unauthorized transfers which they themselves have admitted to. We want them to adopt a revised timetable for electoral activities. Why do we say so? We don't have a credible register as yet, and printing of ballot papers and other activities are based on a credible voter register. So we think that this forensic audit must take place. We must get a credible register acceptable to all stakeholders before the other activities such as printing of ballot papers commences. And finally, we want the Commission to institute accountability and integrity measures to ensure that what we are witnessing now will never happen in the operations. Indeed, it has never happened. So whatever has compromised your systems, it is in your interest that we all look for it, correct it, then you can restore the masses must rise. The masses must rise and then demand their right. Because you see, you cannot build a democracy in a country where you have docile citizens who are reduced to bystanders and watching. We cannot be spectators. So we must actively participate in the way things are shaped up in between elections. And that is what we are doing. We are perfectly expressing the democracy we fought for. And I have given the warning to the youth of this country that those who want peace must prepare for war. If we are not ready to neutralize those people who are undermining the democracy, you will end up in a war where you, the youth, will have no option. You will be conscripted by force to go and fight and die. We don't want to get there. That is why we are removing the elements that could create that destabilization. You see what is happening in Ukraine. If you are a youth in Ukraine now, whether you like it or not, if you are able-bodied, you are arrested and conscripted by force, given weapons to go and fight and die. We don't want to expose Ghanaian youth in that way. That is why, in a peaceful way, we must demand that those who are leading us into temptation must give way. And that is what this thing is about. We say that, look, you have been given work to do as Electoral Commission. The constitution that you claim gives you independence to act. It is the framework that is given by the people to regulate.
Freedom. Let me tell you, freedom itself is not free. You've got to fight for it. Democracy cannot thrive on the backs of docile citizens. We must be actively participants in the democracy of this country. And we want nothing a transparent election that will guarantee our right to choose our leaders. Without the right of self-determination, democracy is hollow. And every democracy at one point in time must be tested. Ghana's democracy is under serious threat now. And we want to prevail.
we shall overcome every democracy aspect of producing a tyrant. But not just the resilience of that democracy, it's our ability to fight the tyrant and defeat him and install democracy once It is today that our democracy is being subjected with the test, and we shall prevail. Democracy numbers shall prevail. Elections alone does not guarantee democracy. It is democratic-minded persons, democratic-minded citizens who are ready to fight for their rights who can guarantee democracy. Once upon a time, when this country was under colonialism, our leaders like Osage Focus about the Roma, like the Adese, Okra people, Lebota, and decided to fight so that those of us
the masses must rise. The masses must rise and then demand their right. Because you see, you cannot build a democracy in a country where you have docile citizens who are reduced to bystanders and watching. We cannot be spectators. So we must actively participate in the way things are shaped up in between elections. And that is what we are doing. We are perfectly expressing the democracy we fought for. And I have given the warning to the youth of this country that those who want peace must prepare for war. If we are not ready to neutralize those people who are undermining the democracy, you end up in a war.
So these are some excerpts from the NDC's Enough is Enough demonstration that happened a few weeks ago. My colleague Samuel was covered that demonstration. Samuel, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Samuel is on our political desk.
Yes.
You covered this demonstration. It was a mammoth.
Yeah.
The people were a large number. It was a large crowd. And this was just in Accra. They replicated this across the nation.
Yeah.
What would you say are some of the things you identified that day during the demonstration?
I think that demonstration, like you mentioned, was a very big one. The NDC and their supporters came out in their numbers to agitate and make their point why they needed an audit of the current voter register. After hours of long demonstration, they submitted a petition to Parliament first, demanding that Parliament also come in and intervene to even seek for an emergency sitting to look into the issues why they are calling for a forensic audit of the voter register. The minority leader received a petition as well as the majority leader, and they said that after all, they forwarded it to the speaker and have a deliberation to see what would be the way forward. And after that, the NDC marched to the headquarters of the Electoral Commission and also submitted another petition, this one directly to the EC, and that petition contained 7 issues. And key among them was the forensic audit that they wanted. Then remember that after that day, after the submission of the petition, they demanded that the EC reply them or give them a response within 1 week. That if the EC did not do that within 1 week, they would have gone on other demonstrations. I mean, I spoke to some of the party executives. The chairman of the party, Johnson Asedun Ketia, said that after 1 week, if the 1 week elapsed and the EC do not respond to them, they'll come with other demonstrations and they will look for the way forward to get their issues addressed. Then we fast forward 1 week after the demonstration, like I mentioned, the EC came out with a 9-page, or what do you call it, response to
the 7 issues.
To the NDC, and that 9-page captured a lot, from the issue of the IT system of the EC to the illegal voter transfer, to issues about the names, some names being deleted in the voter register, and the main issue of an audit of the voter register itself.
Forensic audit.
The EC said that these issues especially the forensic audit, was premature, based on the fact that they said the NDC has not elapsed the processes in correcting anomalies with the voter register.
In a conversation with the Deputy Director for Elections and IT, Dr. Tanku Computer, I asked them this question, that EC says that you haven't exhausted all of the avenues for addressing the issue with the EC, and his response constantly is that everything the EC does is a firefighting technique in order to douse the flame a bit, douse the fire a bit, but not necessarily to look at the issues.
Yes, he, like you mentioned, the NDC have said that they have presented their issue. You remember before the demonstration, the Enough is Enough demonstration, the NDC first sought a meeting with the EC where they presented 5 points. They presented a 5-point pointers that they have noticed with the voter register. They called it the 5 discrepancies with the voter register. That meeting, they demanded a live telecast. The EC rejected it, and then they went ahead to do their demo. So it was on the back of the issues they have already presented to the EC that the NDC felt like they had made their case already. There was no need for them to be presenting evidences or giving the EC other document as the EC was
going to court
or anything. They felt like they have made their point with the 5 pointers they've identified, and followed same with a demonstration and presented you 7 issues what you should redress. So the NDC felt like they have made their point. But you look at the response of the EC says they are independent body. First off, the Constitution grants them that. Beyond that, they also have measures in place or procedures to address issues with voter register, and it starts with the registration of voters in the first place. After the registration, it continues with the exhibition of the provisional register. Then when there is an exhibition and there are mistakes, you go through your district level and you correct all the mistakes from the district registration officers to the top, where it gets to the final, it gets to the EC headquarters, and they do the final cleaning with their IT. They said that the NDC did not follow that due procedure, but rather the NDC was trying to cut corners and seek for a forensic audit.
But if the NDC was cutting corners, but their requests were valid, wasn't it enough that you would look at the request? Did they still have to go through the whole bureaucratic process, even if it was substantiated?
Now, the point about whether the NDC's requests were valid or not is still yet to be accepted by the Electoral Commission. The Commission themselves says that they have noticed all the issues the NDC have noticed, and they have actually corrected most of them. Even if you look at today's Ipac meeting, that's when the chairperson took the podium. That's what she said, that they have corrected most of the issues that were identified. So they said that they have actually corrected it based on their own, audit procedures, based on their own measures. The EC said they have corrected all of these things. So the NDC claimed that there are issues. The EC in the first place did not accept that there are issues with the voter register. So that's why the EC went ahead and said they don't think that an audit of the register as it stands now is valid, or they believe that it's premature. And if you look at
independent audit,
it's premature as it stands now. And if you look at the Ipac meeting, like today is a novel.
Yes, it actually is a novel, because I don't know when I have ever heard that an Ipac meeting is televised.
I think it has not happened. It's a novelty that an Ipac meeting will televise. If you look at what has been the procedure, the media normally will wait outside of the room wait for the parties to finish meeting with the EC and all the stakeholders to finish the meeting. Then the media, when the parties are leaving, the reps of each party and the stakeholders are leaving the room, then the media get interviews on the side. There has never been a live telecast. But today, the EC has granted a live telecast for what they say is to allow for transparency in the process.
But the EC is also saying that they are not doing this because of any pressure that any body mounted on them.
But we know that the NDC also demanded it for it. The first time the NDC, the EC released a statement that they were going to have an Ipac meeting today, just after, I think, minutes after the statement came out, the director of elections for the NDC, Omane Boama, went onto his social media account and said that the NDC is demanding a live telecast of today's meeting. And he tabled why the NDC need that. And he said that the NDC want that to be televised across all media platforms so that Ghanaians will see their point. But it also comes into...
so that Ghanaians will see their point. EC says that, come to this meeting. When you are coming, come with data. Come with every findings that you have made. You said that there are some 15,000 illegal transfers.
Yeah.
There's this discrepancy, there's that discrepancy. So when you are coming, mind you, it's not only NDC that have said, have raised issues about the voters register. Come with your data, come with your findings, so that it will be a collaborative effort in dealing with it. However, the NDC is saying that indeed they will come for Ipac, but they are not bringing in
evidence. So that is the surprising point. Now, if we spoke to the Deputy Director of Elections for the party, and he said that they are just going to listen to the EC. So I beg to understand, if you are going to listen to the EC, just listen to the EC. It means that you are not presenting evidence.
Yes, you are. So no, you aren't.
You aren't. So why are they asking for a live telecast? Or they want the EC themselves to demonstrate why the current voter register is fit for purpose?
No, but the same EC. If I'm bringing something, I'm producing something myself, and you are the one who is saying that there's an issue with the thing I'm producing. Now the burden lies on you to present why you think there is an issue. Because if Sami, I am giving you this phone, I have given you this phone to use for the time being, and you say there is an issue with the phone, the burden lies with you to on you to determine, to show me where the issue is. So if today the Ipac meeting is televised, mind you, Kodeo had called that
the NDC come to Ipac and submit their issues.
Come to the table. Now the table is there, you've come to the table. So I think this is a very opportune time to, since there's a live telecast issue, meeting, let Ghanaians know what is happening. Very simple.
I think it will be, like you mentioned, it will be a shorthand. The NDC will shorthand themselves if they don't present evidence today, because they have the biggest opportunity to show why we really need the voter register to be audited. They have a valid point today that if you do it and you do it well, you have all the stakeholders, you have all the parties, the parties on the Ipac. You have about over 15 to so parties on Ipac, plus the Peace Council and the other stakeholders, plus the general populace watching you. If you're able to present your point and present your discrepancies well, you have made your point, because and people would even support your call for the audit. So it will be a shorthand to the NDC if they really do not present evidence today. But like you mentioned, maybe what we are thinking, the party have thought of it, and I'm sure that they will present the evidence today, even though the Deputy Director of Elections is saying otherwise. He said they are just going to listen to the AC, and they are not going to present any evidence or anything of that sort. But I believe the party to clear the air and to make your point and to even get the support of the general populace, it will be right for them to present their evidence to the EC today. Open your database to show what the wrong names in the voter register, the wrong spellings, the deleted names, the number of people, the legal transfer. Just open your database.
Because anytime we have spoken with the NDC, they have given us specifics.
Yeah.
We saw this here.
They seem to be speaking on something.
Yes.
They are just not ready to show it to the EC.
But we have just a few months to the elections. If you're not ready to show it to the EC today, where all of Ghana is watching this Ipac meeting, my question is, when will you show it to the EC? Because the same EC says that they are fully capable
of addressing
their issues. They say that they are not inviting any external party and any external auditors come and audit the voters register. They have said so many things. So I believe that this is the NDC's opportunity to present their findings, their data, so that all of Ghana can see what NDC is seeing. Because if NDC is seeing one thing, Electoral Commission is seeing another thing,
then we can't really get to a conclusion of the issues. And I think that is, yesterday we also spoke with the president of the Catholic Bishop Conference, and he made that point that if you are making allegations against the Electoral Commission that there are issues with the voter register, present your evidence, so that you don't speculate around and you don't generate conversations and set the agenda as though the EC want to rig the elections. And if you are doing that, you'll be causing harm to the country, because you have attuned your support base to the fact that the EC wants to rig the elections, and because of that they are not allowing for audit of the voter register. And he made the point that if you have issues with the voter register, present your evidence.
Yes.
Also, he also said that the EC should also accept for an audit of the voter register if there are reasonable point to show that the register is not in place.
If NDC presents
their evidence,
it will be that point where there are reasonable points. Because EC has taken a stance. And EC is very firm on the stance. When the Electoral Commissioner was speaking, she reiterated the things that they have said over and over again. So
when she was speaking,
should come to the table with their data.
When she was speaking, people said, I saw some comments saying that this is just the same reply they gave to the NDC, the 9-page reply they gave to the NDC. She just reiterated some of the points there. But mind you, this it's not only the NDC that is demanding the voter, the audit.
Movement for Change
have also demanded an audit of the voter register.
Yes.
Akpalu LPG, the Liberal Party of Ghana, Akpalu have actually said they should annul the voter register as it stands now. He said that it's not fit for purpose, so we should annul it. But there comes the question again: if we are saying that we should annul the voter register in October,
November,
December,
we are going into
how would we conduct the election? With which register are we going to conduct the elections?
With which register are we going to conduct the elections if we annul it? This is why the Ipac meeting is happening today, and it's televised. All of us are going to see what happens at Ipac. But this is where we bring ABC in the morning to a close today. My colleague Samuel has joined us. We've discussed the EC and Ipac. The EC is meeting the parties at the Ipac meeting today. It's televised, and EC has asked that all parties should come with the data or any relevant information that supports their claims of discrepancies in the voters register. EC again says that they are fully fit to conduct a credible election, and they are fully fit to produce a credible register. Let's go straight to Ipac. Let's take what is happening there. But thank you for joining us on ABC in the morning. For more news, you should visit our website www.abcnewsgh.com. Also interact with us on social media at abcnewsgh_. I am Abnamati. Thank you for joining us. Let's go for the Ipac meeting.
It's an evolving process that will culminate into a final voters register, and therefore we should allow the processes to work. Observation 3, which says that previous transfers were illegally added to the 2024 transfers. I think that the Commission has already admitted to the fact that the transfers that were given, the transfer voter register that were given, contained much more than the numbers that were expected for the 2024 registration period. And I believe that Deputy Chair Dr. Bossman, had even said this on the 2nd of September. It was inadvertently added, and what it did was that it added all the transactions, the transfers transactions that had occurred from 2020. So you had much more. And if you take a critical look at the transfer registers, you see certain narratives like reversal of special transfers, because they are all considered one transfer or the other, but there are different categories of them. In generating them, all the transfers were added, including those from 2020. So you had 2020 transfers, you had 2023 transfers, you had 2024 transfers that were added, including even special voting was also added to it. This, as was said by Dr. Bossman, had been detected and the error had been corrected. So the new voter register that you are going to get will contain only transfers that were done for the 2024 season. Be that as it may, because of the uproar that was associated with it, the Commission then went a step further and did further auditing of the transfer register. Basically what was done was we asked all the paper records of transfers that were done to be reconciled against what was in the district viewer, so that we are sure that one for one, if you did do a transfer, you are in there. Obviously, we did encounter some problems in the sense that sometimes the transfers were not complete, once again because of the network errors that we encountered. But those ones during the exhibition period, they were corrected. So it was a good exercise that was taken to ensure that those who had transferred their votes indeed will be where they are supposed to be on election day. Having also said that, we've also ensured that all the transfers that were done are legitimate and they are accurate. And so the absent voters list and the transfer voters list for the 2024 period will only contain those that were done for the 2024 period. Now we come to Pusiga, and I'm sure for those of us who have been listening to the news, we are aware that there are issues with transfers that occurred at Pusiga. These were reported to us by the regional director that 38 voters had been illegally transferred from Pusiga. And as I have said, this occurred because the Electoral Commission's own staff took advantage of a vulnerability that was in the system. And that vulnerability was the absence of a liveliness check. And so, him, as the narrative goes, in collusion with some other people, used the voter ID card, the picture on the voter ID card, to verify the individuals and do a transfer. Be that as it may, because our systems work, we were able to verify that indeed spoofing had occurred. And we've been able to pick up and confirm that indeed all the 38 people that were involved, whose transfers were done through this method. What have we done, having seen this discovery? The first step that we did was to ensure that we plugged that vulnerability. Fortunately, the technology has now matured such that it can be deployed into production use. So now we have made sure that facial verification now has a liveliness check put in place. We didn't stop there. We've also now implemented the liveliness check on our voter verification devices, our biometric verification. You can't take somebody's picture, use the BVD to do verification, because now that is firmly built into the BVD as well. So we have plugged that hole. Subsequent to that, all those transfers that have been done have been reversed. So all those transfers that were done illegally have been reversed, and the perpetrators have been dismissed by the commission, and the police continues their investigation into the matter. We have not taken this matter lightly, And yes, so we have not taken this matter lightly at all, because once again, if it's happened somewhere, it is possible that it has happened elsewhere. And therefore, we've engaged our service providers, and we are developing tools once again that will go through the system thoroughly to check and be sure that the same nefarious act has not been committed again. And by the end of the week, that report would be ready. But rest assured, the Commission is not taking this thing lightly at all. And we are making sure that we are making the systems better. There is no system in this world that is foolproof. For those of you who use even applications like Microsoft Office or even Microsoft Windows, periodically updates are issued. Why are updates issued? Updates are issued because it's supposed to block a vulnerability or it's supposed to fix a problem. And we as a commission, we are not static. We are constantly evolving. And we are hypercritical of ourselves. So we are looking at ways of improving the systems that we have built, both with our service providers and our software vendors. So rest assured, this issue is being given the best attention that it can get. Observation 4 says that about 15,000 unidentified transfer paths. Once again, we are not clear what is meant by path, because all the transfers are documented. And it is not the Commission's business to understand why somebody wants to transfer their vote, for so long as they are doing it in the proper way. So we do not understand what is meant by unidentified transfer path. But be it as it may, we went ahead and looked at the samples that they had given us. So in their presentation, there were 4 ID cards that were listed as people who did transfers, and there was no clear identified path for the transfer. We looked at them, and we can confirm that these ID cards, these ID numbers, that they said there was no clear identified path, had all done registrations or transfers at the time that we have listed there, and from what police station to the other. So these were legitimate transfers that were done. So we do not really understand what they mean by you can't identify the pathway of the transfer. So I will take one of them as a reference and show to you that indeed, if we want to identify the pathway that they undertook to get to where they are now, we can. So this is for voter with voter ID 47280266669. You bear with me that this is the picture. This is one of the pictures that has been listed as having an unidentified pathway. Now, as I've said, we record every transfer. Every transfer that is done is recorded, and it's recorded on 2 systems. It's recorded on our automatic biometric identification system, and it's recorded on the voter management system. So we have 2 records to compare at any point in time to confirm that a transfer was actually done. And in ABIS, we actually keep a picture, if it's a picture that you are using for the transfer, a picture that was taken at the time that the transfer was done to confirm. And that is what is used to do the one-to-one matching. So if you look, this is the picture of the voter on the card, same picture here. And this is the picture that we have on record. Down here, you have the fingerprint of the individual. If the individual had used their fingerprint for verification, here you will have the verification listed here, together with the score, the hit score, to show that it is indeed the person. And here is the picture of the individual that did the transfer. So this transfer was not done in a vacuum. It was done by an individual, and there's evidence to show that indeed she presented herself to do that transfer. So the path is there. So we do not understand what is meant by there's no clear or there are unidentified paths towards a transfer.
To give you further evidence, this is the transaction from our automated biometric identification system that gives you the details of everything that was done, right down to the second that verification for transfer was executed. And once again, this data is available for verification. And I assure you, all the 330,000 something who did transfers, we have all their records available in our system for verification. Now, we go to the hard copy itself. And for this, I've put two of them here. So this is the individual, and this shows them. This is their voter ID card. This is where they are. This is the actual hard paper form that they completed for the transfer, together with their thumbprints and their signature, together with the officer who did the transfer. So there's nothing like unidentified transfer path. We know who you are, where you are, how you did the transfer, and where you are now. And we have both paper evidence and electronic evidence to support it. So it cannot be said that there's no identified pathway for the transfer. And so we've got 15,000 plus people who are affected. This is another individual from the previous pictures that I've shown to you. And this is the evidence that shows that that individual actually did the transfer. We move on to observation 5. And observation 5 says that there was 168 corrupt files. That indeed is true. It did happen. There were some of the files that were given in the provisional voters register that were not 1,685 corrupt files. And I'm saying that that observation indeed is accurate. We did have some correct files. As to whether it was 168, we are not sure. But we did have some corrupt files. And once again, these corrupt files came as a result of network interruptions that occurred during the production of those registers. These, as I've said, were promptly picked up by the commission staff. Because remember that at level 1, which is the hard inspection of the registers, hand, page by page, these things were detected and were reported to the commission, and immediately new ones were generated and sent back to the political parties. We, as I've said, we know for sure that there are electronic systems we are working with. They are not foolproof. Sometimes errors happen. So we've made it sure that on election day, this will not happen. What have we done? We have now generated additional tools that quality check all the outputs that come out of the register to ensure that they contain contents. And we are doing it at 3 different levels. At generation, and then we have 2 independent systems that are checking the registers as they are produced to be sure that they contain data. Any one that doesn't contain data is immediately flagged and will be regenerated. Having said that too, we also have the manual process of checking that will happen both at the commission before it goes to the printers and as the printers themselves as they are being printed, to ensure that we don't have these issues coming up. And so rest assured, come December 7th, the registers that will be sent to the polling stations will not have these issues in them. The last issue that was brought up was that there was an allegation, or let me not say an allegation, that the NDC had said that they had identified 50,000 dead people. It is important to note that there are processes governed by law that prescribes how to deal with these issues. And the Electoral Commission on its own cannot go and start deleting people from the register just because it's been said that the person is dead. It will interest you to note that during the exhibition exercises, certain individuals who had been objected to because they said they were dead actually showed up with their voter card in person. So it is not, we shouldn't take this lightly. Yes, if people are dead, there are processes that have been prescribed that allows us to remove them from the register, and those processes must be followed. And indeed, the Commission in Thinking Forward has since 2023 been collaborating with the Births and Deaths Registry to put in place a system that will aid it to proactively tackle some of these issues. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do this to completion, but that is something that is being worked upon. But I think that at the meeting, what Madam Chair said to the NDC was that if they had the evidence, they should bring it. It will be sent to electoral services. Electoral services has the mechanism to initiate some of these processes to see if indeed the people are dead or not. Unfortunately, even though we were given assurances that the names were coming, we never got it. And so nothing has been done about it, and rightly so, ladies and gentlemen. So that is with the issues that were raised by the National Democratic Congress. And as you can see, these are issues that have been dealt with. Some of them indeed are non-issues, but some of them were legitimate issues that were raised and fortunately had already been addressed or were addressed subsequently. Quickly, we'll look at some of the other issues that we identified during the process. This one I've already spoken about, the missing voter IDs. So you see an individual who has a valid voter ID card, but we can't find in our system. So this is a search for eligibility. It says he can't find a person in the system. So obviously this person is a missing voter, and the Commission has committed enough resources to go out there and find those individuals, and through a process described as inclusion, add them to the register. We have been successful largely, but for those that we've not been able to identify, we will be put on a list referred to as the missing voter. Have their Form 1A and their Form 1C at the polling stations on election day, and if they do show up, we will use that to confirm that the voter card that they have is actually valid, and then they will be allowed to vote. So that list will be made available at the end of the processes that we are currently undertaking. So all that will be made available. But just for statistics, in actual fact, the missing voter list affected 13 regions. For Ahafo, Central and Western North, we have not had any complaints of anybody missing. So these are the voter lists. It is stopped by the Northern region, followed by Western, Greater Accra, Uti, Volta, Upper West, Northwest, Bono, Savannah, Upper East, Eastern Ashanti, and the Bono East that have 1-1. The other things that we had was we had issues of people with different voter IDs. Now, as I've already said, sometimes you have people who register and they are missing, and then you go and register again. When it happens like that, they have different IDs, and the system will trap them. So for those individuals, once we find out that that has happened, we then replace the ID that they have, the last ID that they have. Otherwise, if they are holding another ID, they may assume that they are not on the register, when in actual fact, they exist on the register with a different voter ID. Accidental duplicates I've already mentioned about, so we had quite a number of them as well, which was fixed. So if you look here in our system, this is the active record of the person. So the person was moved off the multiples list and put onto the actual list. I've already said that we had issues of people who are appearing both on the provisional voter register and on the multiples list, when in actual fact they should be on the multiples list. And so that has been rectified as well. Last but not the least is errors in the names of individuals. During registration, unfortunately, sometimes at the point of entry data, the data entry clerks will put in unusual characters. Like, for instance, for this particular voter, I believe this is her birth date, but actually had been inputted in her other name section. You see other instances of funny characters being put in there, right? We were able to query our database and come up with all those who had that affliction. And indeed, we came up with 7,538. There was an active move to try and get these voters to come and have these errors corrected. Unfortunately, not all of them showed up. One of the issues that can potentially be a source of anxiety for a voter is when you appear on voting day and you can't find your name. And you can't find your name, not that you are not in the register, but your name, instead of an O, is a 0. So for instance, if you look at this particular polling station, which is in Karachi East, all the names that start are actually supposed to be a 0, but have been replaced, supposed to be an O, but have been replaced with a 0. And remember that your voter list is arranged in alphabetical order. So when a 0 appears first, it will be on top of the list. But if the election official is not aware of this and goes to look for your name at O, they may not find you there and say that you are absent from the voter register. And that might cause some anxiety. So this issue we can fix. But I think that it is something that has come up for discussion. And as stakeholders, we need to find out if this is something that the commission can on its own go ahead and fix, because it's an easy fix. You can easily, for instance, look at all the zeros that are in people's names and then convert them to an O. And that largely should fix majority of the problems. For some of them, it might be a little bit more difficult. But at least if you are able to fix the zeros, the rest that are left, we'll take our time and fix it. Having said that, it doesn't stop anybody from voting. Because remember that your ability to vote is by biometric verification. And the biometric verification does not know your name, does not know your age, does not know your date of birth. But it is essential that some of these errors are corrected so that it gives more credibility to the register that we have. So in conclusion, we have demonstrated to you that the Electoral Commission of Ghana has in place a tried and tested process to produce a credible register that ensures a free, fair, and transparent election. As has already been said, these are processes that have been used since 2020. In fact, in 2020, we produced a register under more dire conditions. We produced a register in 36 days in a COVID pandemic. And so we have learned a lot from that process. And it's the same processes that we are employing for the generation of this register. So like Madam Chair said, trust us to be able to deliver on a register that you will all be proud of. A register that does not disenfranchise anybody. The exhibition of the provisional voter register is indeed an audit on its own, and it involves all stakeholders, from political parties to voters to civil society organizations, the staff of the electoral commissions. The anomalies that have been identified have today been largely fixed, and we are waiting for the processes that are ongoing to be able to produce a final voter register. Once that work is complete, the hard work that over the last few weeks the Electoral Commission has been engaged in, we will be able to share at no additional cost to our stakeholders the ability for them to check the voter register electronically and allow for any changes to be made. I'd like to end by saying that the register that we have all strived hard to correct, currently as it stands now, is as cleanest as it will ever get. And it is robust, and it is ready for the 2020 election. Thank you very much. And I bring my presentation to an end.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yao Furi Ejay. Before we open the floor for comments, I would like to rehash our ground rules. Like I said, political parties were given the opportunity to have 3 representatives in this auditorium. And as you may know, such Ipac meeting is strictly an engagement between the Electoral Commission and registered political parties. That doesn't mean that the Electoral Commission doesn't value the views of CSOs and other invited entities or guests. Actually, your independent views and concerns could be put or presented to the Electoral Commission in writing or at a meeting at the request of the CSO or the organization. Please, we should be reminded that this program is being carried live on all the major TV and radio stations. We are going to give a maximum of 1 to 4 minutes for each political party to express by the IT department. Please, we should avoid repetition of comments, interjections, banters. Let's respect each other in terms of what we're going to say. Please be informed that if you want to go to the washroom is right behind us, so you can visit the washroom if you want to. At this point, we'd like to open the floor. We'd like to open the floor. Please, we want to see by hands those who want to, yes. NDP, Alhaji Mohammed Frimpong. We have CPP. We have GFP, Madam Ukiadonko. Any other? PPP, GUM. Okay, so let's go the first round of questions. We'll take 5. And then it could be comments, it could be views, right? So we start with the NDP. Please give it to me.
Yeah, the name is Kofi Akpalu, the leader and founder of the Liberal Party, LPG. We are here for a simple reason. We have been invited here by the AC because NDC presented something. So after this delivery, we are expecting the NDC to respond before we can all comment, because that should be the norm. We cannot just, what are we going to say? Let us hear from the NDC what they have, and then we continue from here. Exactly. Thank you.
So go and keep it. Well noted, but I think we are working with time. If you have a view or comments, please allow NDP. Please give the mic to NDP.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, colleague party reps, ladies and gentlemen. My position in the opening of the chair's remarks is the fact that henceforth we are going to allow the media to be taking part, in the proceedings of the Ipac. It is a very important development that is going to reduce the running around and engaging with what I call the gullible public. Now, the provisional voters register to the certified voters register. Within that space are clear regulations. And I'm satisfied that at least the IT department had come today to give what I call the underlying IT management of the process. That is very, very important. And for that matter, you know, we definitely, we want to find out that your engagement with the NDC, did they look first at the regulations that were stated and then the underlying IT management of their presentations of their observations? That is what we want to find out. Thank you very much.
Please, we give the mic to GUM, and then we come to PPP before we come to CPP and GFP. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I personally am very pleased with the presentation of the Electoral Commission. Maybe we are yet to hear from our brothers of the NDC to know if they have extra or different issues from what we've heard so far. The paramount decision we as politicians need to take is to decomb our individual political desires from that of our nation, Ghana. Every political party has the dream to winning power, but the ultimate dream must be the fairness, the well-being, and the development of our motherland. From what I earlier indicated, I think the EC has done a great job. We are praying not to encounter any pandemonium after the 2024 elections, before, during, and after. And from their presentation, as humans as we are, sometimes minor errors are bound to happen. But from the presentation, if the issues raised are all that the EC spoke about, then I think the EC has done a good job and we need to recommend them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll listen to PPP. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a few questions and perhaps a comment. The first one is that Dr. Ofori. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so my first question is, at the latter part of your presentation, you spoke about missing voter lists and indicated that if they are not found in the register, their primary source of registration document will be made available so that on the day of voting, they can be allowed to vote. But you did not tell us what is the cause. I mean, how are we able to arrive at that situation where we have some missing voter list? If you could explain the cause, then we can find a solution to it, because we cannot keep on having these things reoccurring. And then my second question is on the issue of voter transfer. At what point in time does the Electoral Commission print a new ID card for? I'm asking this question in relation also to the fact that usually when they are challenged, it goes to the district court for a resolution before a determination will be made whether they should be at the transferred location or they should be returned back to where they were voting before they come. And then this is a comment actually. Again, I quote you, you said, if it has happened somewhere, it is possible it will happen elsewhere in relation to the Pusika matter. So my question to the chairperson and the entire Electoral Commission is that, is there any law that makes it illegal for the independent audit to be made? If there is none, then my submission is that I feel that an independent audit will rather boost the credibility and image of the voter register. Because just imagine if an independent auditor comes and says, well, the register is 100% clean. That one, it is not the EC saying it. Because what Dr. Ufori said, I mean, the presentation is nice, but it is the EC speaking. So now that there are issues of mistrust and all that has happened, if an independent person comes and confirms that it is clean, I think it will boost the credibility and the trust that we all have. So that is a comment I want you to consider as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, we would like to know your names. So when you stand, you want to ask question or comments, please mention your name so that we know the person who is speaking. Yes, CPP.
Okay. Thank you so much, the EC, for this opportunity. I'm Yirimambo Moses Ambing, Coordinator, Organizational Committee, CPP. We in the Convention People's Party will have to commend the EC for it has made this to meet. For us, we all got very alarmed when we heard our brothers and sisters from the NDC. Yes, thank you. We all got very alarmed when we heard the NDC coming out with all these figures. And the figures, in our view, were so huge. But quickly, we realized that the CI already has a self-cleansing mechanism embedded in it. And that mechanism, when you go through the mechanism, you realize that it becomes then very difficult that errors will not be corrected at the provisional stage. So after the giving out of the register at the exhibition, we assume that all these errors are supposed to be corrected. And when you go through the proceedings from CI 25 to 27, it is explicit there how these errors can be detected and corrected. And I'm happy, just last week, 24th of September, in Kumasi, a district court has ordered the EC to expunge about 1,000 transfers from Inshia South. And I believe that this is the way to go. Because this process is really embedded in the CI. Where you go to the district review committee, it goes to the district court. So the procedures are very clear. And I'm happy that a district court in Kumasi has done this. And I know many more to follow where there are issues, there are procedures to address them. I must also admit the frankness of the EC. Where you got it wrong, you admitted that you were wrong. And you did your checks and you have corrected it. This is what we want to see. As major stakeholders, we are happy when the election body admits its faults. That yes, when it comes to issue AOB, we had some errors and we have corrected them. We in the Convention People's Party are very glad. Now, we in the CPP are also saying that we are confident of the process thus far. And we hope that all the corrections as stated here will be done before the register is given back to us, the political parties. The EC chair spoke about a re-exhibition online. I believe the only challenge we have as a party is that we've realized that people do not really patronize these exhibition exercises. And if it's online, you know, in our country, our rural folks, I don't know how they can use this short code to check or even go on online portals to check for their names. So I believe that in that regard, as stakeholders, let's find a mechanism of doing better. How do we get every ordinary Ghanaian involved in this re-exhibition process? I believe when that is done, we'll have a very clean register that we all will be proud of come December 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Madam Ikuya Donko, GFP, before we do you.
Easy, mammy, any papa no, penny for my share. Medenya me ase se me baby ye ye nyina ye ma me ba no so me ma no fe so ye nyina he na se medenya me ase se obetna konwa so esu fidi amanfo asum no and this is for ad papa na so o ba de court bra no obetwere edini and ne court na so o mani mu ase ka o mo ne nyina achi no ya sa betwere edini me ameti wo ya make say Easy can say, will be a funny nipper, and metna a table no, but be a trade and will be a funny pamela. Now, you say, a bachelor will be anti me and come once. May me the nipper coy, baby, I was made the nipper coy. Nina, actually, I tried in the come up. What the book ya the challenge in that can hold the play can hold. So be a when you if you don't watch it, ya will be a when you're gonna leave. And then I'm going to pesa. When you say I'm going to buy, when you go for a buy, we are day mobile. We are day mobile. A bumpire saying I'm going to Santanachi, quite be so. When you're not where your bass ronco, where your nippers ronco, me boa basso, pro, I using the penny for no penny, what a bomb basso. I don't know what it is. Many men can't intimidate. What's it? Any fed you don't want to say, yeah, you will. And then more years a baby. A mobile. I don't know what I'm trying to say. What's baby? I don't know. I don't know what is that. I don't want quiet, trade. I say, Kukum, no more contribute. I know nine change. Yes, I'm not Kakos. What's that for trade idea for one before? I'm before the Boba Baswati, someone Casa. No more Sako Chichaba, Daddy and Pop, what a whole body. What's that free her back? One marco to cross or Sakai, to trade pa. A dear Amoya, or man, we ask what you quite, or man, what ya. Mummy Yaso, your papa and Fantiaba. I buy a ever tree. I find every so by a come up. But if you are by, I let it away, sir. Mamma,
please, I would like to just try and then translate what Madam Ipiadonko said. I'll paraphrase. Okay. Let me say, it seems like she said certain things that respectfully, I think she has to withdraw that. And I think on behalf of the Electoral Commission, I think some of those words, I think didn't sound well. Thank you very much. Now we go to PNC. Please, we'll come to you. NDC will come to you. PNC.
Thank you very much, my brother. My name is Samson Asake Awingobit. I'm the National Chairman for People National Convention Party. People National Convention for short. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity to thank Madam Chair and your board members or your deputy commissioners for giving us the opportunity to take part. This is my first time in Ipac meeting to take part in this very important thing. And to recommend you and your team for accepting the call that this Ipac meeting should be televised for all the over 30-something million Ghanaians to see the truth of it, to show that you have nothing to hide in your cobwebs. And so you have done it, and you've said, going forward, additional Ipac meetings, you are assuring Ghanaians and all of us sitting here that they will be televised for everybody to see what is happening. Your key word is transparency, fairness. Is that not it? And so that is what we are all looking for. Let me also use this opportunity to also recommend the NDC for pushing for this, because one of their calls was they want to see this Ipac meeting televised so that everybody will see. And I'm happy that your IT manager was able to take steps to explain what you have done, get back to the 5 petitions, 5 reasons that the NDC brought before you, things that they have worked on, and then going forward, what you want to do for this country. All of us, collectively, want to see a credible, free and fair, credible election comes December 7th. And that is what we are working towards. I'm happy that you said it's a process. It's not just one-day event. And we admitted where there are errors, and your IT manager, Dr. Yao Ofuri, also agreed that they are working in the human institutions, and that could happen. I am sitting here as the national chair of my party, but I am saddened that it was the same errors and omissions that made you to disqualify my party presidential candidate. And so if you accept that EC is minded by human beings, and human beings are bound to make errors, then we are also coming from the earth, not from the planet. And so I want all the 30 million Ghanaians who are watching us to see to it that PNC are also human beings, human institutions, And we are bound to make errors. And madam, I'm pleading with you that as we are recommending you for the good job that you are doing today for Mother Ghana, this is for Mother Ghana, and you said Ghana is for all of us. Please, then don't disqualify us because we are human beings. That is my appeal to you, my personal appeal to you and your commissioners.
PSC, yes, your point well taken.
Please,
thank you very much.
No, sorry. I think you've allotted 1 to 4 minutes, isn't it? I'm not sure I've gotten today.
You are almost.
Yes, I'm almost. Thank you very much. So you are interjecting, isn't it? You said there's no interjections. So, Madam Chair, and your deputies, I think if I walk out, I will now walk out with broad chest and say the EC has opened for transparency. I know our brothers from the MPP and NDC will also speak to their issues, but this engagement alone will really bring confidence to the institution, will really show that you and your team has agreed to over 30 million calls. Those, if you have done this meeting without television, radio, Ghanaians wouldn't have known whether who's speaking the truth and who's not speaking the truth. I therefore, on behalf of my party, we are very grateful for this opportunity given to us. And once again, include us in the 2024 general election because we are also human beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We would like to pause here. Doc, would you like to respond to some of the few issues before we take the second round of questions? Doc, there is a mic there, so I think you can stand there or sit down and then address the issue.
Good morning once again. Up by the PPP. The first one was the missing voters. What was the cause? So if you recall, during my presentation, I said that meeting voters come about as a result of 2 reasons. The first one being the fact that they may have corrupt biometrics. And our voter register is a biometric voter register. So if we don't have biometrics for you, you cannot be on the biometric voter register. We have your biometrics are corrupt, and that is how we are able to find you. So that is how we are able to find you and then say that you are missing. But in your instance, it's a question of re-registering you because your biometrics are corrupt. The other instance occurs mainly with the offline registration, where a kit may get damaged or a kit may stop working, or the data that is on the kit may get corrupt in transit. So for the offline registration, first the registration data is stored on the kit. It is sent on USB drives to the district offices. From the district offices, it is uploaded to the data center in an HQ. So along that pathway, sometimes data gets corrupt, right? And so people come up as missing. And that is how the missing voter comes about. The other question you asked was, at which point is a person given a voter ID card, a new voter ID card during the transfer? Immediately the transfer goes through, a voter ID card is issued. I hope that answers your question.
So what happens when the district court reverses it?
What happens?
When the district execution officer reverses it.
So when a reversal is done, a new ID card is printed, and they have to pick it up. Okay, so Deputy Chair has prompted me to go over the automatic biometric identification system. So let me just take the opportunity and do that. So we've got the ABIS. The ABIS is what we use for verification of individuals and also for registration. So imagine that we are starting the system afresh. There's no record in it. The first person who gets registered, we will store what we call a template of their face and their 10 fingerprints. The next person who just registered will be checked against what is there. And all 10 fingerprints will be checked against all 10 fingerprints individually. So if you remember maths, it's probably 10 combination 10. It does all that together with the pictures. And we'll do it for every successive registration that goes through. The moment it picks up a duplicate or there's a match, it flags it and then we'll move it into another system, so to speak, for it to be analyzed. So that's how ABIS works. And then we've got the voter management system. The voter management system communicates with ABIS. So the first registration from the registration devices and all that comes through the voter management system. Voter management system then takes that data and presents it to ABIS. ABIS works on it and then returns it together with its decisions. So in a way, we actually have a lot of redundant data in our system, so that if there are any issues anywhere, we can compare and contrast and find out what it is. But the primary role for ABIS is to do the deduplication, do the identification and verification of voters using their fingerprints.
Thank you very much, representative from the PPP, and thank you for your question about the forensic audit. I believe that you are well aware that CI 91, as amended by CI 126, identifies clear legal pathways for the cleaning of the provisional voters register. And during my presentation, I outlined a number of these processes, including the work by the magistrates, the DRROs, the authentication, amongst others. And so as a commission, we believe that the legal processes outlined by law, including the administrative processes that are age-old, they do work. As you saw from my presentation, we have not exhausted the legal processes or the administrative processes. They are ongoing. And so we have not arrived at that place yet. We are still ongoing. It's important to note, as we have emphasized, that the exhibition itself is a self-auditing process. It allows us to audit, to go and verify details on the register, and if we have problems, we identify them and inform the commission to fix it. So these processes are inbuilt within the law, within the CI 91, as amended by CI 126. We are carrying them through. We have not sidestepped them and we have not ignored them. They are ongoing. And we believe that it will bring us to a final register that is credible and robust. The good news is that we have agreed as a commission to provide you and the citizenry with a revised provisional register. And this would allow you to review it to ensure that all the issues that you had with it have indeed been fixed. So we believe that you should allow the process to work. Let us allow our laws to work. We are implementing the processes and we are confident that it will bring us to a credible and robust register ahead of the 2024 election. Thank you.
Now we take the next set of questions. NDC, can we give the mic to NDC? Any other? Please, NDC, hold on. Any other? GUM, LPG, and then NPP. So, APC, okay. So, NDC, please. Doctor, please introduce yourself. And then you ask or you comment. Thank you.
My name is Kofi Omanekwama, Director for Elections and IT, NDC. I think that the ground rule must be modified. Obviously, no other political party was seen during the PowerPoint presentation being responded to. So it is obvious we have done a good job. And that is why today you are all here to help deepen our democracy. This said, very obviously 1 to 4 minutes for all other political parties will certainly not be enough for the NDC. Thank you. When your roof is leaking, you can decide to mop, keep mopping, and keep mopping. Or you can decide to fix the leakage and mop. What we see here is mopping and mopping and mopping. Fixing the leakage is missing. And this is at the heart of our altruistic demand for a forensic audit. This forensic audit is not just about the register. When you have fixed the register, and I will demonstrate to you how, as a result of our revelations, some aftermath fixing is providing a semblance of we are fixing it. When you fix it, and we all look at the hard copies, and we are all given the PVR, the soft copies. In November, if the very criminals that got us here are still there, engaged in illegal transfers, we will come back to square one. And that time, it will be too close to the December 7 elections. This is why we are saying we need to adopt a dichotomous approach. Look at the register, fix the issues in there, and also audit the very IT systems that allowed these anomalies to occur. We have heard, and Madam Chair spoke about the fact that we certainly do not require external assistance. I've also heard some EC officials question the legality. We have CI 91 as amended by CI 126. We also have CI 127. Okay? A suggestion is being made that on December 7, we are likely to see missing voters list at the polling stations. Is that not the case? Is that not what we've been told here? About 1,551 voters are likely to be captured on a list that will be called missing voters list. Is that not it? I'm here to identify which of these laws has missing voters list. But you see, it's a reasonable remedy for the problem that we are dealing with. And so when you have to go beyond these in a way that it will not hurt but help our democratic process, you need to give it greater consideration. I come also to the point of adjudication, and we saw some very huge figures in the presentation. Are these figures emanating from the very adjudication meetings that NDC participated in? Because to the best of our knowledge, the meetings that we participated in, we did not treat these figures in tens of thousands, about 20-something thousand. So once again, it will be important for a forensic audit to identify where these over 20,000 figures are coming from. Because the report that we have does not support that. We come to the issue of proxy. We are being told proxy, 2,167. Great. But we also know people successfully filed for proxy without going through biometrics. As we speak, which of these 2,167 are people went through biometrics and which of them did not go through biometrics. It is going to take maybe a follow-up question. EC may tell us maybe 1,000, maybe 900. How do we verify that? This is a matter that we have raised at Ipac. This proxy and some people not going through biometrics, we've raised it at Ipac before. Again, we come to the issue of Pusiga. Just like COVID-19, when some people were trying to call it a certain country's disease. Perhaps we should not be calling those criminal transfers Pusiga transfers. And it would take a forensic audit of the EC's IT system to know where those transfers took place. And because I do not have the answers on this Pusiga matter, I want to ask some few questions. One, the login credentials given to your district directors, the passwords, can they modify it so that it will become unique to them? Example, if you are given a bank card, your bank will give you an initial password, and because they don't want anybody to have access to your password, will give you the opportunity for you to change that password of your bank card. In the case that we are dealing with, the district officers, the passwords that they are giving or the login credentials that they are giving, are they said that other people can have access to them? And so when you have said criminal transfers taking place, the only way out is to check the digital footprints of such transfers instead of just looking at the geographic location where the transfers ended and say that that is where it took place, so that officer or officers are the people who are culpable. If others can have access to those login credentials, then it is important that a forensic audit establishes exactly the footprints of where these transfers took place. Still on Pusiga, are we being told here that 4 years ago, 2020, there wasn't technology across the globe to be checking biometrics with the face? Is that what we are being told by the Electoral Commission? Is that what we spend the taxpayers' money on in the year 2020? Contrary to all the advocacy by Imani, Ghana, and the rest. Is that what we are being told? That this liveliness test could only be activated after the revelation of Pusiga, and there is evidence that it was only activated during the exhibition process. The Director for Electoral Services eloquently captured this on the TV3 program one Saturday morning. I have the video clip.
Doc, please,
right
can you
here.
round up? Because you've gone beyond the 4 minutes that we gave you. Can you pause so that maybe we go to another set of questions, rounds?
Again, I've heard the word assurance, reassure, many times. When assurance is given, the assurance is treated with value judgment. And that value judgment is hinged on reliability and credibility. We have had palpable experience on different occasions with the Electoral Commission that obviously demonstrate that we must rebuild that trust in order for us to accept assurances. And the evidence is obvious. Basic arithmetic errors during limited voter registration exercise. Basic. And here we are talking about auditing IT system. These same IT people were those who were using CorelDRAW to be working arithmetic. We also experienced 2020 declaration of the presidential results. Declared, corrected again. Assurance is built on trust. That trust is broken. Again, we've all been to the corporate office and the headquarters of the Electoral Commission before. We see the police and the military protection, even for officers. How BVR laptops could be stolen under CCTV surveillance, military and police protection, damages our trust. We are also dealing with the number of times that we were expecting the PVR to be released to us. A letter written, and we were glad to have received it from the Electoral Commission in July, all the way through July, up to August. Zilch. August 14, nothing happens. August 16, nada. Until 19th of August. Those series of assurances, expectations that were broken, hurt and damage our trust. So when the assurances are given, we treat the assurances with value judgment that is emanating from these trust issues that have been broken. We are here looking at the evidence that we presented. And we are glad that the EC has accepted 3 out of 5. And where they don't even accept, they try to explain. And that is one of the reasons it is not strategic to provide the Electoral Commission with a full gamut of what we have. And I will explain. And Esofori, the day at the EC corporate office, why were we not told that Esofori had effected a transfer and all the details that we are being given? It is possible all these are true. I do not doubt them. Hear me clearly. It is possible. But you see, when you provide political parties with the provisional voters register, you expect our analysis to be based on the data that we have been given. You do not expect our analysis to be based on any extraneous material. If there are researchers here, they must understand exactly what I'm saying. So, the PVR that we were provided with, if you analyze them, would you have arrived at the same conclusion? The answer is yes. So even there, as you try to rationalize after having the information, what you forget is that you are assembling what you did not provide political parties with to rationalize. This is why, because of the coefficient of bias, which is very, very high in this case, there is the need for a forensic audit of not just the register, which is being fixed. Why not? And I commend the EC. The EC says that after they have fixed all, and I thought per the submissions of the EC on air, we have heard several times, they had already corrected all the things. Go online. You find that the NDC issues have been fixed. But we do admit, we don't want to be linguistic purists. We do admit that maybe it was an exaggeration. As they fix them, they have promised to provide the updated version. We came here with a hard drive. If the updated version is already, why not? We will pick it and still analyze, take it through the very analysis that we did. But that is only about the register. That is only about mopping the floor. It doesn't fix the leakage. That is why our demand is in two folds. Forensic audit of the register and forensic audit of the IT system of the Electoral Commission. Yaira has a very simple question for Dr. Yawufurieji. Then we end our case for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. And thank you, Madam Chair. First, Dr. Ofori, you made mention about the ABIS, that is Automated Biometric Identification System. Initially here, you said that it is only when it detects double registration that it moves to adjudication, if I'm correct. Unfortunately, you came back to say that now all ABIS moves adjudication, all double registration moves to adjudication. So I think that is the correct one that you just said lately. Now, in terms of the transfers, when you talk about the liveliness detection, from what you said, it was detected during the the exhibition exercise when we alerted it about based on the procedural issues. Now, the question that I want to ask is, what measures did you take as a commission to correct all this? I heard you saying that all those who did facial transfers have been reversed. What if somebody did a legitimate transfer? And on what algorithm did you use to effect those reversal? Now, the other thing that I want to ask has to do with you said there was a network issues in generating the register, and that caused some of the data to be corrupt. Now, the question is, do you generate your data from your central database system or from the district? Because what I know is that your liveliness system, in terms of the online registration, when you click on it, it hits your central system to detect whether somebody is doing multiple registration or not. Now, as you stated clearly, in data migration or transfer, there's no way a data can be altered. The likelihood of what will happen is a missing of data. Now, we have a situation whereby a voter's ID number is being given to a different person. If you have your system here, I think that one I can give it to you for us to check correctly. Then there's another way where the data is being given to, when you search, the person's data is not in at all. You have to just go through by searching using the person's name. So those are the few questions I'll ask now. Once you ask, there will be a follow-up questions on those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Last part.
No, please. We've given you more than 9 minutes. So please, can we go to another? Come back. Okay. So please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Frank Osu-Frimpong, the National Communication Director for Ghana Union Movement. Mine is two quick ones. The first is on the concerns raised by our brothers of the NDC. And my observation is that if there is a possibility of the EC's IT department engaging the IT sectors of the political parties on a different meeting so that they can, because some of the things are technical to some of us. So if they themselves meet and they can find a way to understand or judge or to come to a strong, decision on how to implement all that the EC is telling us, I think that would be very good. Secondly, mine is on the missing voters. And after commending the EC for a very good job done to this time. I wish to say that since every vote counts in determining the final outcome of the elections, for us to know who wins by the mandate given as 50% plus 1, I'm calling on the EC to do due diligence in addressing this particular issue, so that at the end of the day, no eligible voter is disenfranchised from exercising their expected civic duty, which is also a part of their fundamental human right to determine who should lead them. So I pray the EC to do this for us. Aside commending them for a very good job done, they need to do due diligence on this for us, on the missing voters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The mic to APC, and then we go to the NPP.
Thank you very much. My greetings to Madam Chair and to all party members here from various parties. First of all, I want to applaud both the NDC and Madam Jean Mensah, the Commission, for doing a great job and listening to each other. The NDC had brought a lot of issues for all of us to listen to. We have carefully listened to it from various platforms, and today we are on the main platform where things were addressed for all of us to hear. But for me, it's going to be very difficult for Ghana to have a perfect system without a national data system. We've been running around talking about data collection, data system, national health insurance, DVLA, Ghana card, EC. In other jurisdictions, I'm sure some of those from the foreign countries are here, they have a data system, a database, one data system that has every information of everybody from the child born today until the last old man standing. We don't have such data. And we must admit that we are doing our best to give each other a perfect data. And that has challenges. We cannot say that we will not have challenges in anything we do. That is not entirely true. So in as much as we want a perfect data, we should be thinking about the APC national data system that we have been proposing all this while. That system captures every information of everyone. And when you turn 18, you don't need the EC to tell you, come and register. A letter will be sent to you to go to the EC's office to register your name automatically. When you turn 18, whether you are a Ghanaian or a foreigner who comes from Ghana or another country, you cannot register if you're a foreigner. But what do we do here? Parties here bring in foreigners to come and register. Parties here bring in minors to come and register. And you expect 100% perfection of a voter register. How is that going to be possible? We are the cause of where we are today. And we must all admit, we cannot be feeding the voter register and expect it to be credible the way we want it. So if the EC is giving us something and the NDC is asking a forensic audit into the voter register, there's no problem asking for a forensic audit. But the problem here is that we are only holding a provisional voter register. And that allows for correction, and allows for updates, and that allows us to make suggestions like we are doing now until we get to the final register. It is when we have the final register, then we have problems with it.
Of course, we will all agree that, yes, we will not go to the election until these problems are resolved. Whether it's coming from the NDC, it's coming from the MPP, it's coming from the APC or any other party. Because we are all part of this game called elections. And we must admit that listening to them today, I'm convinced that they are doing their best. And I'm also convinced that the NDC is convinced that listening to them today, there have been new changes and new development from where it was until today. So, I need all of us to know this, that I also want to appeal to the EC. In terms of Pusuga, the casual workers we take to help us in every process in electoral committee activities is also another problem. Don't forget, most of these casual workers are either NDC, MPP, APC, or any other thing. So when we find a problem like this in Pusuga, like Madam Chairperson, it's a human society. If I'm an APC member and I think that a member come and I want to favor, I will favor him. Whether I'm an EC member or not, I will do it. But the point here is that, look at the problem now. We have transfer of vote, 332,000. What is that for? What it means is that some political party were making transfer from where they have strongholds and where they think they have weak or less stronghold and they can win. They will transfer the huge numbers from that place to favor themselves. Are we listening very well? So, this issue that we are facing today is not just an issue of the EC. It's all of us. We have contributed to this. That's the fact of the matter. We have all contributed to where we are. We want a credible voter register, but we feed it with wrong information. We feed the EC with wrong information, yet we want a credible voter register. How on earth will that happen? How? The computers are not human beings, they are systems. What you feed it is what is going to give back to you. It will not give you a different thing. We want to win elections as political leader, and look at our attitude. We want to be president of the Republic of Ghana, yet we are corrupt. Is this the attitude of the people who want to be president of this country? Is this our attitude? Can we be trusted ourselves? I am ashamed of all of us here. Please, let me finish. Yes, everybody has time. The NDC spoke well. I'm also a big party. Then the issue of forensic audit into the IT system. Let me be sincere with my brothers from the NDC. If there is no IT system, there is no voter register. Let's be sincere. If the IT system is not working, there is no way you can get a voter register. So, I will plead. Yes, of course, we all want what is right for us. So let's wait. Mr. IT man, you were here, and you listened to what everybody is saying. We all want a credible voter register. Because we want, when we win, when the APC win election, there will be war between NDC and MPP. When the MPP wins election, they will come and say the voter register was not corrupt. They will accept it in this state. If they win this election, they will accept the voter register. They won't come complaining. Am I right? The same way if MPP wins, they will also accept the voter register. So in as much as we want a credible voter register, Madam, well done for giving us a perfect understanding of what you presented today. We are grateful. I am not here to defend any party or support any party. I am here to talk for APC and the Ghanaian people. We are their voice. And we must begin to look at each other and tell us the truth. We are not here for propaganda. We are here to build a nation. We are here to build institutions, strong institutions, and we must all be part of it. I thank you, and I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, we'll move the mic to the NPP. NPP, LPG will come to you on the next round of questions. NPP, please. We'll end, after the NPP, we'll end this round of questions, then we'll take the response from the IT and the Commission.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson. Good afternoon, members of the Commission. Good afternoon, members of the Diplomatic Corps, media, and colleague political party activists. Today is 1st October, and barely 9 years ago, 2015, we were assembled here for the same purpose of getting a credible register for the 2016 elections. This same Alisa Hotel, 9 years ago. And I recall vividly, as a member of the NPP team, that when we had made our presentations about the state of the register, that it was bloated, that it was not fit for purpose, and we were calling for a new register, our colleagues on the other side said, no, the register is fit for purpose. Allow the Electoral Commission to do its work. Why are you interfering in the affairs of the Electoral Commission? Today, they are playing the catch-up. They are playing the catch-up with the MPP. But I'll go back even before 2016. In 2008, just before the 2008 elections, NDC made allegations that there were some 13 constituencies in Ashanti region whose register have been bloated. The then commission, headed by Dr. Afarijan, also met Ipac in this same fashion and constituted a committee, one from MPP, one from NDC, and two from the other political parties. MPP nominated Kwabena Ajay Ejapong, I remember very well, and NDC nominated Dr. Percy. They went into the matter and they came back to report that it was an error from a computer input. So the allegations were dismissed. I think that we are repeating ourselves the same way. So I am very happy and I commend the Electoral Commission for instituting today's meeting to the full glare of the entire Ghanaian public and our friends from other countries. The call for audit, be it audit or forensic audit, is, and I'm repeating what the NDC said in 2015, in this same venue, that it is embedded 91, a copy which is here, as amended by 126. That was what the presentation NDC made 9 years ago. So what has changed? What really has changed with the exhibition and various corrections that can be made on the exhibition, be it omission of names, it can be included, be it wrong spelling. What really is important
is what the CI says. For example, the CI says you must be resident in the area for a minimum of 12 months before you can do a transfer. You must be resident in the area or the community or the electoral area for a minimum of 12 months before you can effect a transfer. Only last week, in the Kumasi High Court, Magistrate Court, an NDC-sponsored transfers were sent packing to go to where they came from. In the Kumasi metropolis, a judge ruled that they were not resident in that area. So they are surreptitiously saying things, one thing, and doing the other, just to court the public support for an election they are going to lose. Don't be emotional. Don't be emotional. You must put your mind back to 2015 in this same area, how you treated the entire presentation we made. What did IEA say? IEA was made up of political parties with representatives in parliament. So it was the views of the political parties that were espoused by the IEA. So here we are, 2008, 13 constituencies in Ashanti region have their votes bloated because Ashanti is the heartbeat of MPP. These were challenged, they went through, and nothing untoward was discovered. In 2015, we made serious effort to get a new register or a cleanup, or what they now call a forensic audit. We went through the motions, all right, but we were denied because the panel, and for that matter, the commission at that time, entreated us to use the mechanism of the exhibition to do any corrections we want to make. What has changed? I want to ask my brothers in the NDC. And today, the NDC is saying 50,000 people are dead on the register. In 2015, and I like to quote from the report of the committee chaired by the late VCRAC Crab, on page 14 of the report, stated that by 2016 elections, based on the reported number of registrants in 2012 and 2014, there were as many as 580,000 estimated number of voter deaths. I repeat, by 2016 elections, based on the reported number of registrants in the 2012 and 2014 registrations, there were as many as 580,000 estimated number of voter deaths that would have occurred cumulatively. What happened? They told us to go and bring the death certificate. Where was I going to get the death certificate from? So if you have 50,000 today, it's less than what we had in 2016. But we went to the elections and we beat you with over 1 million votes. We beat you with over 1 million votes. Unprecedented in the history of elections in this country. But Madam Chairperson, the committee at that time commended, the New Patriotic Party must be commended for raising on the public platform the need for a credible voters register. This was in 2015, 9 years ago here. So you may be commended as well. You may be commended. We were commended at that time. So we commend you. But that's how far you can go, my friend.
That is what you told me. That is what you told me. So the issues have been fixed. The IT director has said and we followed it. And I'm telling you that we commend you the same way the committee then commended us. But you are trying to play the catch-up. So we will leave you to your fate. But you have 1,000 fraudulent votes that you try to transfer to Malaysia South, which you will have to go back and answer. So for us, we strongly believe that what the IT director and Madam Chairperson spoke about, the presentation, is very fair and is the best method prescribed by the law on how to deal with any exigencies in the voters register. I will leave it to my General Secretary to put a finishing touch to it. Thank you.
Please, we'll give you 2 minutes. Just wrap up 2 minutes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, distinguished CSOs, members of the diplomatic corps, colleagues from other political parties. Just as my Director of Elections reiterated on this platform, as stakeholders in this year's elections, carrying from what APC presidential candidate said, it bestows on us, irrespective of our political device, to make sure that the peaceful country that we are enjoying remains same after December 7th. But not long ago, certain people were asked to hit the street to demonstrate against the Electoral Commission based on what they perceive to be discrepancies and an attempt to rig the election for the new Patriotic Party. Upon several calls from key stakeholders that if NDC indeed have legitimate concerns to raise, we even ask them to do a press conference, invite all of us, walk us through all the allegations that they are talking about. Today, as we speak, the NDC is yet to give those so-called allegations and discrepancies to the Electoral Commission. Let it be on record. And for me, I challenge them that all those allegations that they are making and how the Electoral Commission will be able to address the issue, they don't have any further allegations. If indeed they do have it, they should bring it forth for us to interrogate it and see whether the Electoral Commission has addressed it or not. It's not a question about having a leaking roof and mopping your floor. It's about the data, what you presented to the Electoral Commission. The whole people of Ghana want to see it. And that is the comment APC made. That even the request for forensic audit is needless at this point, because we are yet to see those allegations that you are talking about. And the Electoral Commission has said that they are going to furnish us with the cleanup that they have done. So, Madam Chair, we also want to know from you when we can have the revised exercise that you have done, so that we can also have another look. It is afterward that if there is a need for us to convey again, then the issues that you are talking about, we can even think about or even consider. But at this point, we are asking you, NDC, challenge the presentation by the Electoral Commission and let all of us know. We are asking you, based on 1, 2, 3 names, we are talking about 200,000.
exactly what I presented. No, I could go back to my slides and you see. And I gave you a list of, the title of my slide was the current state of the register as we speak. So the figures you have there, like I told you, you had the total number of valid voters, those on the exceptions list, those on the multiples list. No, the proxies, you see, once again, remember, let me explain to you. Please, let me explain to you.
Let me
explain to you. They were my slides and I titled them. And what I said was that this is the current state of the register. It includes those who have done special voting. Special voting is temporary. So is proxy. So the figures you have there were as it is now. So please, let's not make any mistakes about it. Yes. Right. Yes. Yes. So once again, Dr. Tanku, so that we are clear. So that you are clear and
Dr. Tanku, please take your seat. We'll give you the opportunity. Please. Kindly take your seat. GFP, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Doc. Please hold on. LPG. Please, I retracted it. I said the commission takes exception to that, and I retracted it, if you could remember. So please, GFP, please take your seat. Dr. Monibuama, please take your seats. Take your seat. There's a forum for all of us. No, we'll come back. Please. LPG, please. Please, let's stop the banter and the interjections, please. Doctor.
I want to be emphatic about the presentation.
No, respond to the question.
That was done. The presentation and the slide showed the current state of the register. And in the current state of the register, we gave you the total number of voters. We told you those who had registered for proxy. And mind you, proxy is temporal. So is special as well. And then we gave you, so a proxy registration is for an election. At the end of the election, those proxy voters go back. So please, let's understand the issues we are discussing. Then I gave you a list of all the people in our register who have done multiple registrations, and also all those who have done or who have been objected or challenged to and are on the exceptions list. Nowhere did I say that these people were people who are adjudicated. If you are on an exceptions list, you are there permanently until you use the processes that have been described to take you off the list. If you're on a multiples list, it is the same. So please, let's not get it confused. Adjudication, what you have is the cumulative number of people who are on the multiple list since 2020. So please, let's not confuse it. The other thing had to do with proxy voters. Proxy voters, we don't do biometric verification for proxy voters. So there's not a situation where some people are biometrically verified and some aren't. So please, let's clarify that. Then there was a question about credentials. You will all agree with me that a credential that you have for login, and login credentials can be changed by the individual. The credentials that you have for login are only secure for so long as you keep it to yourself. Remember, we are a human institution as well. You could very well give the password to your phone to your wife, and your wife can access your phone and do whatever it is that she wants to do. It's same with your kids. But in terms of an audit trail being in place, that audits every single minute interaction or transaction that occurs in the voter management system. It's all logged. To the minutest, if you change an O to a 0, it is logged. So we know exactly when it was done and by whom. but the security that we have is as good as how secure the person keeps those credentials. And we have even improved the system so that now you realize that some of our login credentials are actually biometric based, especially for the registration officials. So security has been built into it, and we have an audit trail. We know exactly who did what and at what time. Yes. Yes. The facial recognition, that said that we have spent so much, how come facial recognition is not there? So ladies and gentlemen, we all know that technology evolves. And technology is only suitable for the time that is able to deliver the solution you are looking for. At the time that we're implementing this in 2020, the facial recognition system was not matured. So it was giving us too many errors in terms of the liveliness check for that particular subset of the solution. It meant that people we might be getting errors in terms of the authentication and would hamper the process. So what did we do? We decided that at that point in time, the technology was not matured enough to do what it was supposed to have done. We have been in constant contact with the manufacturers of the ABIS system to improve it. And fortunately, it's been done. That is not to say that, for example, the same system we use for the liveliness check is able to detect of a person or presume the age of the person. 50. But anytime, is this a system you want to rely on? And every time you deploy technology, it must be appropriate for the time and the setting. At that time, that technology was not right. And the makers of the solution said that they needed tons and tons of data to train the artificial intelligence that is behind doing the liveliness check. So at that point in time, it wasn't appropriate. But fortunately, 4 years down the line, that technology has been improved. And therefore, we've implemented it. And we'll use it going forward. About Ernesto Fori. When we had this meeting with Ernesto Fori, at the meeting, I remember, and for those who were there, that I categorically said that that person was on the register. And there was an uproar. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, I categorically, when you mentioned it and I asked you for the ID number, I told you that that gentleman is on the register and he's valid and his transfer is correct. And there was an uproar. Having said that, we realized that you had a methodology for producing your data. That methodology that you had was based on assumptions that were wrong. And so today, I'm coming, let me land. I'm coming. So today, even if you use your online system, there are people who, when you check their system, tells them that they are in some other place where they are not supposed to be. And therefore, that in itself is a problem. Because now, the public is using a system that is based on a wrong data set. And we have examples of that. And possibly, it is important that the Commission makes it known that using systems that has data that is extracted with... The truth of the matter is that that's what it is. You tend getting wrong information from using that system. And we encourage everybody to use the system that has been developed by the Electoral Commission to verify their voter details. Now, the question about reversals. Remember I said every transaction is tracked, including the transfers. So we know exactly where you are coming from. If you've done one, even from 2020, if you give me a voter ID, I'll be able to tell you exactly where the person has moved from. From registration to transfer, if you did special voting, it is all documented. And so it's very easy for us to reverse transfers when we want to. It's not a problem at all. Now, the last question that was asked was the example that is Yaira, right? Yaira? Yes. Asked about voter ID numbers. Somebody having a different voter ID numbers. Yes, that indeed did happen. It did happen in 2020 because once again, we're doing offline registration. Now, offline registration, what it meant was that there were some of the systems that were issuing the same ID numbers. This occurred in 2020. Since 2020, 2022, 2023, 2024, we've not had any such occurrences. All right? But in the past, when we're doing the offline registration, there were instances where some of the IDs overlapped. And I think this was well documented. And when it happened, those people who had the duplicating with new IDs, because obviously we saw the conflicts. And so those conflicts were fixed. So I don't know which case you are referring to. And once again, if you share the information, we'll go into it and we'll find it. We are open to correcting any issues that may arise. And it is important for us to understand that. Once again, I just want to go back and reiterate the statistics that we have there are actually what is currently pertaining now. Proxy voters are temporal and they are for an election alone. Special voters are also temporal and they are for an election alone. Multiples are permanent. Once you're on a permanent list, once on the multiples list as a you are permanent unless you go to court and have the court reverse it. Same with the exceptions list. So the figures you have there are the cumulative figures since 2020 and not for 2024 alone.
Please. PNC, please take your seat. Please take your seat. We'll come back to that. Please take your seat.
I think there was a question by the method. So anybody who we detected as having been illegally transferred, like I said, we have a record of where they came from, and therefore it's easy to reverse it. Okay. What Madam Chair mentioned is that, and what I also did was that, as this has happened, we are actually in a process of auditing all the transfers that have been done. And I even alluded to it, that we are using the physical paper records and comparing it with the data that we have. We know all those who did transfers by fingerprints, and we know all those who did transfers by facial recognition. And we are trying to find the people who may have spoofed the system and bring them all out. I don't make the algorithm. The people who made the ABIS are applying that. Pardon? The most important thing is that there are steps to identify if any spoofing has been done.
Thank you very much.
And the algorithm is a proprietary algorithm. We don't know. The manual voters, the question from whom was where will the manual voter list be? The missing voter list will be. Once again, missing voters have already explained to you are people who rightly did a registration, but either they have a problem with their biometrics being corrupted, or their data never made it to a data center. Now, for those whose IDs are corrupt, we know them because we know what corrupt IDs are. And so we are trying to get them to come in and do manipulation. For those who are reported as missing, we are getting these reports from the vigilance of the district officers who are on the ground. And they are using a number of things to find out. Remember that at the end of every registration day, there's an end of day report. That end of day report consists of all the people who have been registered. So the districts, they know who have registered. And they are comparing it with what is in the register and what is in the district viewer. So if they know that this person was registered and you can't find them, immediately they flag them as being missing. And indeed, if we check and the person is not in our database, it means that the person is missing. The other thing we do is that then we go looking for their Form 1A and their Form 1C. Remember that it is only after the end of your registration that you get your Form 1C. And that is evidence that the registration actually took place. And then there's a Form 1A. So we are going to compile the list of all the missing voters. And like Madam Chair said, we want to ensure that nobody is disenfranchised. So the Form 1C and the Form 1A will be made available at the various polling stations. If the person does show up to vote and his name is not on the list, and find out if it's on. If it's there,
we will look at his Form 1A, Form 1C, compared with what is on his voter card. And if he passes one loose check, he's allowed to vote. So that's the explanation for it. Thank you.
Now we are going to take the last set of questions. I think we are getting time. Yes, I'll go to LPG and then I'll come to GCPP. Yes, LPG, GCPP, NDP. Wow, everybody. Okay, so we start with LPG. You mentioned it before. LPG. Please, this time round, we're going to give you 2 minutes.
No.
2 minutes.
My brother, don't do that. My name is Kofi Ipac, the next president of Ghana. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of all the other parties to commend the NDC. They have done the yeoman's job for taking time to go through the register to be able to identify 50,000 people, 50,000 dead persons. It's not a joke. And Dr. Boma, well done. And 50,000, when you divide it by 18.7 million, it will give you 0.002. And this is not even up to 0.01%. So in auditing, this will be classified as immaterial. So no auditor will spend time to work on that because it's immaterial. So those who are calling for forensic audit, at this point in time, it casts my mind back to 2016 when what is that judge's name? The judge that we met at Alisa 20 VCWWQRC crap. Yes, VCRAC crap. VC crap. Yes. Okay. He said something, and I want to bring all our minds to it, that we had no time to waste. So from now to 7 December, it's 65 days or 67 days. When are we going to do this forensic audit? 276 constituencies, 40,000 polling stations, 18 million registered voters. Who is going to do that auditing in less than 60 days? So, NDC, please stop this request because it's not going to help anybody. And mind you, this is a biometric register. No dead person can come out from her grave or his grave to come and vote. So if there's a dead person on the register, what is it going to do to affect your results? So please, this one is non-starter. You shouldn't have even sent that request here. You have wasted everybody's time. So, you see, two need to be commended for the work that they did. This has demonstrated that EC is up to the task. They know what they are doing, and everybody must commend the EC. And I'm not going to accept that human error institution or whatsoever, because we all know some political parties in this country have been registering minors and foreigners who are not supposed to be on the register. And they have transferred a lot of people from places where they have no business to go and register to elect members of parliament. After doing this, then they turn around and come and tell us that the voter register is compromised. This register is not compromised. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. On my list, I think I'll take it to PPP. And then we'll move to the NDC. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone.
I'll come to
I will be very, very brief.
Please be.
One thing excites me about the Electoral Commission's presentation, and which is in all of this, they give us the assurance that they are either in the process of fixing the challenges, the anomalies, or they have fixed. However, one thing is also obvious from their presentation, that they admit or they come to terms with the fact that in the provisional register, in all voter management processes and systems, there are certain elements that play a role and eventually culminate into the final outcome of what we call the voter register, which is the processes involved, the people, and the kind of technology we are using. I want to know, as we are all here, we all know that from the back end of the voter management system, there could be anything happening there that we are not aware. Just as the IT director said that certain things are happening and they could happen again. What I'm trying to find out from the director is that, and from the EC is that, what mechanisms or measures are they putting in place, or have they put in place to ensure that these loopholes will not be exploited by somebody, some bad person somewhere at the Electoral Commission to put in or key in persons that are not eligible to vote. I just want to know what steps they are going to put in place.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, PPP. Because the mic is there, I'd like to go to NDP, then we'll come this way. Then we'll finish up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Quickly, from the proceedings so far, I think we are making fetish of the management of the IT system, even though the IT manager has explicitly explained to us, most of the observations that the NDC made. Please, don't let us take our attention away from the regulations that are provided in the CR. It is very, very important. After all, it gives direction to how maybe the IT system, should find out whether there's any fault or how to solve a challenge, and so on and so forth. Please, the whole electoral process is rule-based procedure. And the EC itself is a creation of the law. The most important thing is that they are the very nerve center of our multi-party democracy. And the way we carry out, the IT system, and challenge it into the extent of calling for a forensic audit or whatever, probably is not the route to go. That would not help us in any way. The point is that if you look at the regulations as they are stated, there's nowhere, where it brings out or states that at least there should be something forensic. I think it is very clear. If you take the voter, the exhibition to the provisional voter register up to the certified, the procedures there corrects everything. So consider the problem of the NDC as somebody, the analogy that I give them is somebody who has maybe a spiritual malady rather than a physical malady. The problem is that, you see, we are all obsessed at this time, of the year going into an election to think that if we don't do A, B, C, probably we might not, win or something like that. But the problem is that everything is rule-based. We go out in the public to proclaim our flag bearers as having won. Or better still, if they don't win, then it means we are not going to agree, and so on and so forth. In violation of I mean, the creation of the electoral management body. So these are the things that we have to look at. I think the laws are what we must concentrate on, and not even the ICT, I mean the IT system. If we want to dwell on the IT management system, I think we will not have any solution out of the problem that they have asked. So it's very, very important that please let us look at the CI, and see how we can apply ourselves, to the CI for the resolution of the problems that we have. Everything that you have said here can be, found in the regulations that the CI produces. And that is very, very important. Let us respect the regulations. Otherwise, we'll not get out of this mess. Thank
you very much. Please, we move it to GCPP. GCPP.
Thank you very much. My name is Citizen Atudazi, the General Secretary for GCPP. Today, I will walk out of this room very proud as a Ghanaian, because the electoral body has allowed itself for this open forum on this discussion. This cannot be found in even other developed countries. So I think it is important that we all become proud as Ghanaians seeing this day. I also want to say that our election processes has developed based on contributions by political parties. And we have made a key stride because the NDC did not relent, and they pushed and pushed for this. So I also recommend the fact that their vigilance has also led us to another stride, which will become a history for all of us. In all this, I want us to remember that we are about 68 days to election. It is important that whatever that we do, we know that we are behind time already. Based on the calendar of the EC, we were supposed to receive the final register on the 5th of September. Today is the 1st of October. So we are already behind time. I would want to find out when will the certified register be ready for all of us. Number two, in all the deliberations that I've heard, we have referred to CI 91 and CI 127. That means that it's important we play by the rules of the game. And if we decide to go outside the rules of the game, that is where we would have all these issues that are happening. And I think during Madam's presentation, she made mention of another forum which could be on their website in terms of auditing. I think CI 91 Regulation 23 talks about the Commission providing or posting the provisional register on the website of the Commission. This is embedded in CI 23. I believe the exhibition period is over. CI 91 Regulation 23. And I believe the exhibition is over. So I am not too sure if we are opening ourselves up again for other processes that are beyond what is captured in the CI. We might be introducing a lot of interjections which might take us a longer period. So I think we should all agree that the processes have been laid out, it's been followed. We look forward to a certified register so that we can go on with the rest of the elections. God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong.
Thank you very much. On my list is CPP. CPP, yes.
Right. Good afternoon. I know we are all exhausted, but let me just say one thing. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Electoral Commission for being a listening commission. we've been going through a lot of processes that leads to demonization of our institution in Ghana. Most especially the Electoral Commission has been through this, through the MPP, NDC. And this time around, I want to say, Madam Jemensa, thank you very much for being so robust and resolute on these matters. We are also, the CPP's position is very clear. What is the position of the law as far as these matters are concerned? Once the positions of the law is so clear, from the CIs 91, 126, and all those ones that are spelled out here, we don't need to jump out of the bar. Like Ghana is leading towards to an end. And I think this must stop. We must stop this. And also, I would also like to say this to the NDC, that they should take out propaganda out of every argument that they raise. That leads to electrifying the system. The temperature is so high in this country, like my senior brother said, Hassan Ayaraga. Ghana must survive and Ghana must live on beyond elections. And this is what should guide us. I mean, calling for demonstrations against a document that is at the draft stage. I mean, for God's sake, that is really, really above board. We know, everybody understands the word provision. Everybody understands the word provision. And also the media. I think you should also stop participating in these kind of things that you hyper the situation too much by giving so much listening ear to when issues are being taken on the propaganda level. You should be able to differentiate and know that Ghana stands first and Ghana must win. On this note, I'll say once again, we are all happy today for the display of the IT department. I'm going to walk out, like my brother said, walk out of this place very proud, because Electoral Commission takes a lot of things that we say are Ipac. Because today we have the media here. Some of us have been raising this issue, that the issue of trying to let parties go out and give audience to media is putting the Electoral Commission on the mat. And I think today, thank you very much for putting that on the drawing board and solving a solution.
Yes, thank you very much. We'll give it to the lady, I think, yes. Please, your name.
Hi, my name is Esther Saidanso. I'm PNC National Women's Organizer. And this is my question. I've witnessed several incidents on election day where people go and their fingerprint, the biometric cannot verify it. Same as the facial verification. So if this case happened, will it be that it will be offline verification? And if I may ask, how authentic will that be? Thank you.
Please, Tanku, Dr. Tanku. Dr. Tanku, please, Dr. Tanku. Dr. Tanku, please. We are giving one slot to you. One slot to you. You raise your hand and then I wrote your name against it. Please, 2 minutes. Thank you. No, please, PNC has responded. Please, Mr. Dr. Monibuama, please go ahead. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Dr. Monibuama, 2 minutes. We are all wrapping up.
It is obvious that but for the NDC doing the hard work, analyzing the provisional voters register, a lot of the political parties that are speaking here today, they got it and went to sleep. they should be thanking the NDC for this thorough work. Unlike
there are no interjections.
Unlike 2015, when a certain running mate was bandying around 80,000 names in the register, that was proven to be false. Set to go. We have put before you here is authentic. We are clear in our minds that the issues that we are dealing with, coupled with the fact that, and the IT person of the EC has confirmed, that the login credentials can even get into the hands of girlfriends and all that. Is that not a key reason why we should be interested in the IT system, particularly as these are the manifestations that we are having? So we have presented our petition to the Electoral Commission as NDC. The petition is clear and obvious that we want a forensic audit of the register and a forensic audit of the IT system that produce these anomalies. What we will do is this afternoon we are meeting as a party, and the good news is that you will hear from us after our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manibuama. We'll conclude with the MPP, and that's it. Please move the mic to the MPP. MPP.
Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, commissioners here assembled, our friends from the media, our colleagues. Just to put it on record, we received the provisional voters register. We did the needful. The New Patriotic Party has been very consistent that we printed them for our polling station executives for them to do audit. It is the reason why in Menchia South, the court has ruled that those names should be transferred back to their original polling stations. That's what we did. You've been commended already by Chairman McMahon, so that is fine. But the issue is, out of all the issues you raised, it was only one, Ernest Ofori. Of all the issues, the categories you raised, and the numbers involved, 284,000 transferred, 15,000 transferred, 50,000 dead people. It was only one. So please, I think today the data has said it all. The data has said it all, to the extent that your methodology has questions. I think that for the commendations you've gotten here, you should be humbled enough to review your methodology so that you will not raise issues that do not have basis to be a focal point to cause a certain mayhem in this country. Madam Chair, I heard you in your opening remarks that there are about 40,000 plus polling stations. We want to have specific numbers so that it will help with our planning arrangement towards the D-Day. I also want to bring this to the attention of the IT, that you should still be mindful of people trying to get access into your system so they will hack it. Be mindful of that. Madam Chair, we've observed elections in some other countries. We've been to Kenya, we've been to Nigeria, and few days to elections, these are some of the issues. So I'm happy that today we've had this session, expanded Ipac that is being beamed live for Ghanaians to watch, so we'll be able to compare. I don't think using certain platforms to make issues with that basis should be the order of the day. If not, it doesn't help our cause. And I think for all of us here, we want to have a peaceful elections. And the new patriotic party, Mark Many said it, from 2008, have been championing for credible elections and register. We will not run away from that. But let it be put on record that as much as we support the call for credible register, doesn't mean that we will run away from the CI 126 as amended and 127. We will continue to go by it and will not be detracted by the NDC. Madam Chair, in 2020 elections, in 2 polling stations, one in Ewutu Senior West, one in Boko Central, the EC staff responsible for ballot issuing for the fact that our presidential candidate then, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, was on the number 1 on the ballot, was torn off. He was torn off. So the ballot papers that were issued did not have him on the ballot. Thankfully, you issue a statement questioning all officers that any ballot that do not have all the 12 candidates on it must be deemed to be invalid and rejected. We want it to be put on record. By God's grace, the New Patriotic Party's presidential candidate is number 1 on the ballot. We don't know what has happened to those people who committed such crime. We don't know. But the New Patriotic Party will not take it anymore. We want everybody serving Ghana at any level to be truthful to himself or herself. The New Patriotic Party will always support.
Mr. Evanson Makun, please wrap up.
Thank you very much. We needed to confer. Madam Chair, so we went through also the presidential process, so we know those who are in the contest. Notwithstanding the call from Chairman Saki, we still know. But I want to find out, in terms of the parliamentary, when are we getting the report on those who will be on the parliamentary ballot? And also to add to what my General Secretary said, Madam Chair, we want to find out when we can bring our hard drive to pick the corrected provisional voters register. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On this note, I will give the floor to Dr. Yaufuri Eje to respond to some of the issues. Thank you.
So I'm addressing a few issues that came up from the last submissions that were made. The first one had to do with the bucket system and what sort of access control we have in place. Ladies and gentlemen, please be rest assured that the Commission operates a zero trust policy. And therefore, by default, we don't trust anybody. Let me finish. By default, we don't trust anybody. And what that means is that all our logins are authenticated, and we encourage and strive and implement and ensure that after a period of time, logins are changed. So we don't trust, and that's the zero trust policy. So there's visibility in terms of whatever anybody does. And so we know exactly who has done what and at what time. That is the only way we'll be able to safeguard the data. And everybody is aware that if you do something, we would know. So back-end systems even have zero trust policy throughout. The question was asked about what happens if facial fails, if fingerprint fails and facial fails. So the sequence of events is this. First, you are verified by your biometrics. We all know that over a period of time, your biometric fingerprints degrade, especially for people who do hard labor, like farmers and laborers. So it's very possible that we will not be able to authenticate you biometrically using your fingerprint. Then we move to facial. If facial 2 does not work, then there's the manual verification process, which is well published and established and will be used. I'd like to take this opportunity once again to reassure everybody here that the systems that we have put in place have been deliberately designed to make it secure. So for instance, it's been said that biometric voter registration kits have gone missing or have been stolen. That in itself is not accurate. It is the laptop that is in the kit that has been taken away. It is important for us to realize that the laptop on its own can do nothing. It can't. Because, hang on. It's important that we do this because it speaks to the heart of the security systems that we have. Okay? There's a process that allows a machine to connect to the system. And for every registration exercise that we do, we undertake a deliberate process of enrolling which machine can connect to what, and even which machine can issue which set of ID numbers. So, even if a machine is taken away, remember that we've got these processes that we use to enroll the machines. And so somebody may take a machine, but that machine is as useless as it is. It can't connect to the system to do anything. So rest assured, the system is secured and we are continuously improving the security that we have as technology evolves. And that would be my last comment.
At this point, we will give the floor to Madam Chair to give us the closing remarks. And then we will have Reverend Ikia Ufori-Boateng, Commissioner, Electoral Commission Ghana, to give us a closing prayer. Thank you very much. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much to all of us for being here and for your useful considerations and your feedbacks. We will definitely take it home and reflect on it. And I believe that quite a number will be used to strengthen our processes. I thought I would like to end on the issue of trust because Dr. Omani-Boamah in his statement indicated that they have trust issues with the Commission. As a Commission, we believe that trust is built on transparency, the sharing of information, our responsiveness, and providing the citizenry with facts and information and the evidence. And we believe as a Commission, we have demonstrated that we've been transparent, we've been responsive, we have not hidden any information, we've been responsive in addressing the issues of the citizenry in a timely manner, and we've provided them with evidence and facts. You would attest administration through to the declaration. We've opened up all our processes to the citizenry. I believe that this is the only commission that has done that. If you look at the registration since 2020, we have provided the citizenry with daily infographics, daily information on the number of persons who have registered across the country, drilling down to male, female voters, and also to persons with disabilities. And so any interested citizen or political party should be, at the end of the day, be able to collate with near precision the number of persons who have registered throughout the country on any given day. In the conduct of our affairs, we may make mistakes, and we have made some errors which do not go to the heart and do not affect the credibility of the registration and, for that matter, the election. They are minor errors, and it's not to say that we gloss over it. But the good news is that we have been very responsive. We've come out very quickly, we've issued statements, we've made corrections, and we have moved on. We have not hidden the truth, or we have not remained quiet. We have addressed the issues and informed the public that yes, some errors have been made, Here are the corrections. And we have provided this in a timely and accurate manner. And so for us, this is the trust that we speak about. I'd like to also state that we do not have anything to hide. And if you would notice from our registration, whether it is the balloting we've opened up to the media, I do not believe this was the case prior to 2020. In the case of nominations, we've opened up nominations to the media, and every single political party has had its turn. And they have been given the opportunity to address the citizenry. And we've also provided the citizenry with the opportunity to observe the process. This is what we call trust. And today, we've opened up Ipac to the whole world. And we intend to do so going forward. I think there's nothing that we've hidden. And so this is the best we can do. And we hope that we can improve upon it. But you agree with me that our systems have a lot, they are built and they are robust. And the framers of, the Constitution and our CIs embed processes that engender trust. And so right from registration, 21 days before the start of a registration exercise, the political parties are provided, the EC provides the political parties with all the gazetted centers. This is to enable them to prepare their agents and have them observe the registration exercise. And so from day one, if it's for 21 days, party agents are given the free will to observe the registration exercise. The good news is that we embed a high level of transparency in the sense that party agents are provided with a start of day report indicating the number of persons who were registered the day of day report. Again, that has built transparency into the process, and that should engender trust. If parties have any issues with the register, they have the collation. If they notice that in their strongholds, the numbers have dwindled, or that numbers have gone higher in other places, they have the documentation, which is the start of day that the system generates and provides to them. And so the question is, any political party can today, with the start of day and the end of day reports, collate with near precision the number of persons who registered on any given day. And yes, some of them may have been challenged. The good news is that the district registration review committees have party reps on those committees, and therefore they have that information to be able to act and to use it. You come to exhibition, the law embeds transparent processes, robust processes that should engender trust. The register is displayed for the whole world. It's a come one, come all sort of thing. And everybody can go to the registration center and view it. And if you have an issue, you have every right to raise it and have it corrected. And that is the process that is in place, and it works. In addition to that, we have the magistrates, the district registration review officers appointed by the Chief Justice, who sit at every district and hear cases. Persons who are aggrieved, persons who have issues with the register are provided an opportunity to present these cases, and they are heard in a transparent manner, and rulings are given in writing. This, again, is a transparent and robust process that should engage to the balloting. We all know recently when we were balloting is open to the general public. The EC does not determine who is number one. Indeed, people have said, oh, do you determine? We said, no, you ballot. And even as to who takes the ballot that will determine the positioning is not done by the EC. There's a process that allows parties to pick, in the order of the party that will pick the ballot first. All these processes are transparent and they are covered by the media. I believe that this should engender trust. You come again to nominations, as I said. It was an open process. There was fairness. Committees were set up. And there are reports that have been provided based on the committee's work. The process is transparent. A few have taken us to court, and we will prove to the citizenry and the people of Ghana
that the process is transparent, is fair. The EC has nothing to hide, and it has no intention to stop anybody's presidential ambitions. You then come to the printing of ballots. Ghana is one of the few countries in Africa that prints its ballots in-house. We are enjoined by law to provide the parties with details of every single printing house that is going to print our ballots, and we do this. And so from day one to the end, in fact, in some cases, even after the election, the parties are within the printing houses. They are monitoring their ballots. We provide them with the serial numbers of the ballots so they know that there's a range for each region. And therefore, if you go to a region and there's a ballot that is out of the range, you should be able to raise questions. This is the transparency of the process. They remain in the printing houses 24/7 until the ballots are packaged. And to add to it, when the ballots are packaged, the Electoral Commission puts its seal on the ballot, and so do the parties. They then accompany the commission and the police to the police armories where the ballots are kept. And there also, the parties have their agents waiting to receive these ballots, and they remain there until election day. We know how it works on election day, that the ballot boxes are opened for all to see. Unlike countries in Africa where the voting is done inside in a building, ours is done in the full glare of the public, and any interested citizen can sit and observe the process from 7 a.m. to, is it 5 p.m., if they so wish. Prior to being at the Electoral Commission, I used to do that, to go and visit many polling stations, and nobody stopped us from standing decently and observing the process. And you could do that all day if you so wish. But we know that the way it is done, the ballot boxes are open for all to see before the start of the registration. And at the end of the process, in the full glare of the public and the agents of the parties who are present, the ballots are poured onto the table, they are separated and sorted out, and they are counted in the full glare of the public and the party agents. They have a right to demand a recount twice. And if they are satisfied with it, they append their signatures. Where they are not satisfied, they state the reasons for their dissatisfaction. This, we then go to the constituency collation centers, and the same process happens there. We go to the regional collation centers, the same process happens there. All of these collation centers have the agents of the party who verify the processes, who inspect and make sure that everything is accurate, and who append their signatures. Of course, at the polling stations, we all know that when the party agents sign on to the pink sheets, a copy is posted at the polling station. And the beauty of this process is that every media house and every citizen has the right to take photographs of these polling station results, which are the basis of the results. The polling station results are not changed. What we see at the polling stations pasted on the wall forms the basis of the results that the chairperson announces. From the polling station, those results are sent to the constituency collation centers, and the party agents are there. They are satisfied, it is collated, and it is put on the summary sheet and the results collation sheet at the constituency. It is then moved to the regional collation centers. They also collate these things, they are satisfied, they put their signature. So no results emanate from the head office of the Electoral Commission. Everything comes from bottom up. And the good news is that the media are enabled as a result of technology to take pictures of the polling station results across the country. And what we saw in 2020 was about 8 media houses who had the results which were close to that of the Electoral Commission. This is the transparency of our process, and this is what should engender trust. I believe that as a commission, we have gone out of our way to address issues as and when they come, whether from political parties, whether from civil society, whether from stakeholders and the ordinary citizenry. We've addressed them at a forum that we instituted in 2020, the Let the Citizen Know Forum, We commission felt that it was in our interest to demystify the commission and to remove the cloaks of secrecy that had hitherto shrouded our operations. And so today, from A to Z, from registration to the declaration of results, all our processes are open to the public. And that is the beauty of our democracy. And that indeed should engender trust. I'd like to thank all of you for your time here this afternoon. I'd like to thank all of you for your time here this afternoon, and to thank our media partners who continue to work with us and work with us, and who allow us to bring our processes to the doorstep of the citizenry. We look forward to seeing you at the next Ipac meeting. And as mentioned, we would have the media cover all our processes from media Ipac meetings from now on. We should, within the next 2 weeks or so, or earlier, present you with the revised, provisional voters register as indicated, to allow you to review it and to inform us of any discrepancies that you may have. In addition to that, as that goes out, we would also, post, the register online to enable citizens have the opportunity to inform us of their discrepancies and to allow us to correct them. We thank you so much. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. I also like to thank our development partners and our CSOs. We couldn't have come this far without you. Your input, your feedback, regular input and feedback has been very useful to us. Well, it has helped to strengthen our processes and engender the trust that we seek to put in place. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
We'll now share a word of prayer from the Commissioner, Reverend Ofori Ikuya Ofori Boateng. Please, shall we be on our feet?
Let's stand and pray, please. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, when our Lord Jesus Christ was about to depart, he prayed for all of us. His prayer was not that we should be healthy, not that we shouldn't die, not that we should win elections, but that we should be one. Our prayer, Lord, is that you pour out your spirit of unity upon us as political parties, as citizens, as all the roles that we play. Let us be one, Heavenly Father. Pour out your Holy Spirit on us, that anything that causes disunity in us will be removed. We thank you, Father, that you have heard and answered our prayer. And now the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon you and give you his peace. And the blessing of God the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit be with all of us, remain with us, guide us, protect us, today and forevermore. Amen.
has not been left out. STEM for short, Senior High School, has been established at Abomusu in the Etiwa West District of our region. and we have completed 866.35 kilometers of road. In my car, a year or Tibenya so Ghana Mapeni, Nana Adodanko Kufuado. On the Nabedi, Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia, a Banya Ghana, this year on so swap from Sayan, When we came in, we took health as a holistic system. We have completed 6 of the 9 stalled and abandoned Eurojet projects. Is that this government, since 2017, has started 47 hospitals and other health facilities. We have given financial clearance. It means that we have employed over 200,000 health professionals. We are
firmly on back to pre-pandemic Ghana. We are on our way to a sustained economic growth, and I will urge you all to understand the dynamics